Hello, sim racers! Welcome! Be a Better Simracer 2023 Part 2, second day of our grand session of how to help you out be a better sim racer for this year. So, first of all, very important, a big thank you for your amazing support during the first day of those sessions that we're doing. Not only you were so many people in the live chat during the stream, but also your messages after the stream have been really great, and so many of them. I also need to apologize. I might have a lot of messages, private messages in Discord. I apologize in advance, but as most of you know, I have all the private messages in Discord muted. I do not usually read them or see them or understand that they are there, because we are using Discord for work as well with my colleagues, and you can understand that if I also get a lot of messages, it would be really difficult to focus and work at the same time during the day. So the best way to contact me is to go into our Discord community. Right in there, the community will help you, and if it's something that you really need an answer from me, the community or Andy or John will ask me to intervene and help you out with whatever question you have. So that's the best way. If instead you have sent me a personal message and I haven't replied, is because it is muted. I probably haven't even seen it. Sorry about that. I apologize, but it's the only way to remain sane mentally and keep on working on what you like. So, sotto corsa competizione in this case. So once again, big thank you. And big thank you at our moderators, John, and our new moderator, Otto, Michele, as well, and our new moderator, Guido Fogg, who was translating everything from Italian in live, in real time, in English. Amazing job. So thank you so much again, guys. You are amazing. But most importantly, big thank you to Andy, who behind the scenes is running like crazy right now, poor thing, and trying to organize the people that have been randomly selected, the servers needed to make them join in and start playing, and so on and so on. So if you really enjoy what you look at, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, go and support Andymon Plays, his YouTube channel, and Andymon with all the stuff he's doing. He's actually doing great artistic stuff as well. So you know what to do. Buy him a coffee, support him, or buy his t-shirts. All right, so I go. We already have Olo in the chat. He says that he. All right, let's see. So he made he started actually doing all the advice we gave him, and he hasn't yet made a perfect lap yet. So he still has to make the lap, but he's having much better deltas in many turns. So it's just a matter of time. Thank you so much, Olo, for letting us know. It's really nice to hear this kind of feedback. So fantastic, great start. Andymon spams his Merc store, and I think it is absolutely mandatory Merc store spam. Okay, so first thing first, what should we do? We need to find out who is the first guy, and also go to simracing.gp. By the way, big thanks to simracing.gp that are always helping us and sponsoring the servers and everything we need for doing this stuff. So let's go in and see where we need to be. He's running the server already, so let's get in. All right, give me a second, guys. I need to take care of everything and find out where I am and what I'm doing. So what is the car for this Mclaren? So let's get the Mclaren. We are ready, I think, to enter the server. Yeah. Ooh, Suzuka. Wow. All right. Jose was also translating. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. I mean, I have no justifications. I absolutely apologize. Sorry, buddy. I think he was doing also the sounds as well. Engine goes broom broom and stuff like that. Let me go into our Discord server. Here we are.
Evening, mate.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Evening.
Hello, Alexander. Alexander. How should I call you?
Alex should be easier for everybody.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. How you doing?
Thanks to you, actually. Thanks to you and to Andy for hosting this and making us giving us the opportunity to do so, to get something like this. So yeah, I'm grateful for that.
Thank you. You're very welcome. It really is a pleasure. I won't say that it's easy, but it really is a pleasure doing it. So it beats everything else. All right. So Alex, what can we do? What would you like to do?
Okay. So what I wanted to do, first of all, is actually two things. Mostly about setup work.
Okay.
I have a special request. It is about driving style. I hear a lot about driving styles and that how it can affect your tire wear.
Sure.
The way you can adjust the setup to adjust this and everything. But the thing is, I don't exactly know what does that mean, and I don't really know what is my driving style.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Yes.
So first thing I wanted to have is just a plain review of what am I doing good or wrong, and how you think about it, how can I adjust that, and then just plain setup work. I have a trouble. I have some troubles actually understanding what a car tells me or feels like.
Right.
I don't exactly know. For example, I have there is a turn where I'm understeering or oversteering, and I don't exactly know if it's just my fault, with my inputs, or if it's something in the car that is wrong that I need to change or stuff like that. And the thing is, it affects pretty much every car on the game.
Yes, I understand that, and I can assure you are not alone. One of the most difficult things is to actually understand what the car is telling you. Is it you that you're provoking something on the car, or is it the car that is provoking trouble to you? Sometimes, we think, the car is not correct, I need to fix it. But sometimes it's our own driving that, makes a car do what it does. Okay, so, absolutely, yes, let's go. I would say, if you like, let's start by watching you doing a couple of laps.
Okay.
And while you are doing the first lap, so you're heating up everything and so on, I would also start explaining a couple of things to the guys watching us, and also as well to you about what is driving style. We often hear about that, as you said. If it's too much to you while you're driving, we can do it after your driving sessions. You tell me.
It should be fine. Okay. I don't expect to have a good lap time anyway. I'm not that fast anyway, so.
So driving style, yeah. Now, obviously, if we're talking about decent lap time, okay, we're not talking about alien. We're not talking also about very slow lap times, because if we're talking about slow lap times, then the driving style is simply wrong. Okay, you might still have some aspects that you can that determine how you drive, but it's still wrong if you are very slow. But if you are, doing normal lap times, then the driving style cannot be really that different from one guy to another, because otherwise the car wouldn't do the lap times in the lines that you're doing. So when we're talking about driving style, we're talking about small differences, details that make a difference in a whole stint or a little bit on the lap time, but nothing too blatant. So it's not like by watching a guy that is doing, I don't know, testing lap times here, doing the 204, 204 or 203, and you are also doing the same lap times, and somebody tells, oh, you have a completely different driving style, and if you watch the two driving ways together, the two replays together, it's not like it's going to be very easy to spot out big amount of differences.
Okay.
Why I'm telling all that? Because whatever it is your driving style, we are going to find out in a moment probably that we're still talking about the details, and that means that is why it's also hard to find out first and then later improve on those details, because those details are made, you know, by your how you're used to drive, by your muscle memory, by everything, and because they are small details, they're also much harder to change. But okay, let's see how you're driving now, and we'll see.
Ooh. Maybe I'm asking a bit too much.
No, it's okay. That goes crazy.
What am I doing?
No,
what am I doing wrong?
Goes crazy on the driving style. There are people that their driving style is never lift. Other people is hating to brake. People
Nice.
that don't want to turn. Yeah, all kind of stuff. Okay, give me another lap, please.
Sorry.
It's okay. one more lap and
Radio.
I'll ask you a couple of things. What
Okay.
is your FOV, your FOV?
Triple screen, 54 degrees, something
Okay,
like this.
triple screen, so.
Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting. Okay, let me check something. Go on.
Yeah, that's a 10th gun. Maybe 2 actually.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, I'm not very fast.
No, it's fine, it's fine. I have an idea now. It's not easy because you are at a point, your lines are good, your driving is good, your control is good, so it's not easy now to find out what exactly is the problem. I think I have an idea. So now that you're starting the lap, I want you to look farther away from where you are. I don't want to have your eyes looking at the sidelines or at the apex. I want to look farther away. So,
Okay.
apex now, farther away, next one. Exit already. Next one, apex now, exit. Next one, exit. And the next one, apex. Okay, it's hard. I know it's hard. I know it's hard.
Yeah, sorry.
So it's also hard because I'm trying to, you know, to confuse you by talking to you right now. So try to watch, to look at like 100 meters farther forward than what we're doing normally.
Okay.
At the exit is very important. Look much farther ahead. Okay. You had a look close to your car now, where the white line was. Look forward. I'll explain to you in a minute what I'm seeing. At least that's my idea.
Okay.
Look forward again, especially now in the braking. Again, forward in the exit.
Yeah, both ends. Yeah, I have to force myself to...
Yes, I know, it's very difficult. Forward at the exit. Where you want to go, not where the car is.
Alright, I think I cut it there.
One more lap, please. Always go to watch where you want to go, and don't watch where to find out where your car is. Don't bother where your car stays. Okay. Go on, go on.
So much time.
Watch forward again. Fabri, non lo ritengo importantissimo. Devi trovare compromesso, perché chiaramente con un 24 non è che puoi andare giù al 28, capito? Devi trovare un compromesso, ma non devi neanche esagerare, cioè ti devi tenere vicino a quel 28 relativamente, magari un 38, perché se esageri poi farai fatica a trovare dove sta la macchina. Okay, let's make the exercise a little bit easier for you. So not try to change that much stuff. I want you to drive normally as you would do, but to look forward at the exit, especially at the exits. So don't fixate with where the car has to be at the exit. Just look forward and try to go where you're looking at the exit of every turn. Yeah. Hey Andreas, very happy to read that. Okay, let's discuss a little bit about that.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to the replay. And I don't know if you can watch me or you can watch the replay.
Through the stream, yeah, I can.
Okay. Okay. So one of the things that I've noticed during your laps. Around here, okay. So during your laps, I've noticed this thing here. So exit. See if that was a good lap here. You see, no, that wasn't really here. Wait, let me check on the next lap. I tried to find out the one that was more easy to catch the problem, let's say. Now you see how much you try to go to the other side here, and you had to instantly flick your steering wheel. See how fast you have to flick the steering wheel to go to the other side. That's not bad per se, but you can see that you have a lot of angle, okay, and then you have to go on the other side. And this is something that happens often, also here, you can see again, look at this, you miss the apex here, and you go wide, and you, for a moment, you go on the other side, then flick again.
Yeah.
Here again, you try to go very hard to the left, to the right, and you flick. You see how much to the right you are.
Yeah.
And we move ahead and look at that here. This happens often, and even more importantly, what happens often here is that, let's see, maybe over here. You see that kind of oversteer.
It happens a lot in Spoon too.
And again, that kind of oversteer here, I think. Yep, you see? This kind of oversteer.
Yep.
So, this kind of oversteer right here, which happens in many turns, not only slow turns, but also faster turns, is at least a hint for me that something is not normal. Because, you see, into that turn you have a pretty much perfect line. The throttle application is not that hard, okay? And now you should have started, you know, winding off the steering wheel and go straight, but you kept on steering to the point that the car obviously goes to the other side, and you have to control the oversteer.
Yep.
When I asked you, yes, another thing that it is important is that I saw you doing this. Look at how much you keep on steering and trying to position the car on the line. You see, and you keep on steering over there. You try to position the car on the line. You did the same thing on the lap before, I believe.
I think I did that pretty much every time.
I think you do it always. You see how you try to position the car here.
Yep.
Now, this was another indication for me that you are probably fixate your mind a little bit too much of where you are placing your car. Okay?
Okay.
And you are wasting a little bit too much of your mental capacity on, okay, let me check, where is the white line? Am I close to the limit of the track or not? Let me go closer if it's possible, okay? This is correct. This is, you know, it's correct to try to take advantage of as much track width as possible, okay? But the fact that you are trying to do that and then makes you arrive slow in terms of mental focus on the turn, and in the meantime, let me say thank you to PJ Poster Guy. Thanks for following. So that's important. You are fixating on trying to stay here, but in the meantime, you have 160 kilometers, which means that, you know, the car keeps on going. You see, now this is here is very important. Let me please explain this better. So you go in almost 200 kilometers per hour. Okay. Now look at that. You go in and you go straight, trying to stay here. You control and you go left. You control and you go right again. Look at this. Look at your steering wheel. You go right again. You're trying to stay here. As I said, I understand that. It is correct theoretically. But the fact that you keep on watching this line and where your car stays, you know, in the meantime, the car still moves on at 160, 140, you know, and you're moving towards the turn. Okay, which means that the amount of time that you give to yourself, to your eyes and to your brain to switch from this line here to the apex is now very short.
Yeah, I have pretty much to react
Exactly.
instead of
You have
braking.
to react as a reflex instead of as a calculated move, because
Okay.
you are already very late. Okay.
Mhm.
And while in this zone, because you have the space maybe and so on and so on, it's not that big of a problem because the turn is very slow and you manage to get the apex. This is something I believe you are also doing at the exit of the turns. Instead of watching, for example, where you need to be here, okay? And you need to
Yeah.
be watching here. You are watching
Yeah.
the exit of the turn.
Actually, I'm watching the curb.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
watching
Yeah.
the curb. And I've noticed this into this position here. You see? Here, you are not watching over here because this is where you want to go. You are watching
Yeah.
the curb.
Not.
You are watching the
I'm
curb.
watching.
You are
Yeah.
watching the
Yeah.
curb still. You are watching the curb still. And if you are watching the curb, you do not understand if the car rotates or if the car goes straight, because your focus is not what is the yaw angle of the car, but it is
wow.
where I'm going, And
Oh wow. Yeah.
at
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
end, you arrive here, and the angle of the car is correct. Look at this. Okay.
Yeah, and
You
the
see-
fact is, I know that because I know it's the eyes that guide everything else,
Yes,
but I
exactly.
still do that mistake, and I think I do it like I almost do it like in real life too.
Ha! I
not-
believe it. Look at this.
I'm
This is the
not-
correct lap. This is the correct lap. Sorry. So the angle of the car is that it is going to make the turn without problems, which means that you should be already unwinding the steering wheel. But instead of unwinding, now obviously you are counter steering because your control is good. Your control is good, but you gave it so much steering wheel that in the end, the car oversteers.
Yeah.
You were too late to unwind the steering wheel.
Yeah, it seems like it happens a lot. It happened a lot, at least on this session.
Yes.
What I mean, to be honest, it happens quite every time. It's just that it has this jump from understeer to oversteer, and I'm reacting to it with the wheel, but I'm still losing time in the end.
Yeah. Well, sorry. On top of that, we certainly have a little bit of fight between you and the car. So,
Yeah.
as a second part, I will try to see if we can do something on the setup to make you fight the car less.
Okay, so about that, about the setup things, I've tried some things on my own before. First of all, I watched your playlist on how
Okay.
to make a setup with the Ferrari. Just a quick question about this: is
Yes.
the pressures still the same amount as it was 2 years ago? Like it's still you still need to aim about 27.7, something like
Yeah,
that.
something like that. Yeah, it's still the same. Might change
Okay.
with the next update, but right now it's still the same.
Okay.
So you should aim like that. I believe in a track like this here, we need to do also one of the things that I was talking about, the pressure. So a fine tuning on a certain turn that I think it will help you. But we'll see. Let's first focus for a little while again on the fact that you need to start looking farther away instead of where exactly you're putting the car. For two reasons. First of all, where you're watching, this is where you're going, and you know that very well.
Yeah.
And second of all, your driving lines and your control of the car is good. So we're talking about details. So I believe that you can gain more lap time from improving where you're looking at instead of trying to get the last centimeter of the road, because your lines are good. It's not like you are wasting 1 meter or 2 meters of track width. You are still at the limit, and of course your 3 monitors help you. That's why I was asking what kind of monitors and FOV you're using, because I could see that you were fixating where the car is. But it obviously it cannot be your FOV and the monitors, because you have 3, so you have all that you need.
Yeah, it's not about It's just my eyes. The problem.
It's your eyes, I believe. It's your eyes. Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's not gonna be easy. My advice is start only with the exits. So
Okay.
do what you're doing already at the entrance, except not fixate during the braking zone so much where you're staying, because your lines are not bad. Okay.
Okay.
Not fixate so much, but most importantly, it's gonna be easier. Start at the exit of every turn, to look a little bit farther away than what you're looking now.
Okay.
And once you got this, worked out, then you can start also doing it during the turning and the apex. Okay.
Okay. So when you mean starting by the exit, so it's like the moment I hit the apex, I start to
Yes.
force myself. Okay.
You start to not look anymore at where the car stands, but where you want to go.
Okay.
This will help you a lot to understand what the car doing, what is the yaw rotation of the car in comparison to your steering wheel and the line and the whole of the road. I think that was already working here at your last lap. The exits were better. Are we still here? Hello?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Don't
okay.
worry.
Okay.
No. I've heard you. Don't worry.
Okay, so I think this is one of the things that you need to work on. So work on the exits. The other thing that you need to work in terms of driving style is, I believe you can be a little bit more, this is going to be hard initially, a little bit faster to go on the accelerator. It seems to me that sometimes you are waiting a little bit too much, and then you go on the accelerator. I believe you have the space to go a little bit faster on the accelerator, but let's see if we can improve the car so that you do not fight as much with the car, and so that you can then start thinking about, okay, I don't have to worry that the car is going to do strange things to me. I'll just try to be faster, and that's it. I still cannot hear you, Alex, if you're talking to me.
No, I'm not talking. I wasn't
okay.
talking. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just trying to focus a bit on what I'm doing, so I don't throw it.
You're
away.
driving. Okay, I wasn't watching you. I was still on the replay.
Oh.
Fantastic. I wasn't watching you. Sorry, I was in the replay.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No worries. Let me have a look if you can improve a little bit of the exits.
Yeah, I started. I just did a pace up.
Okay, cool. You are also occasionally turning the steering wheel a little bit too much, but one thing at a time.
Car is very reactive. Like I just cannot afford to have a bit too much. Feels like I'm asking too much, like pushing. Start to force yourself to undo things you've been doing for years.
By the way, the thing of looking a little bit forward seems so simple. It's one of the hardest things one can do. It's not about personal preferences or whatever. It's just very, very hard. I mean, real drivers are training constantly to do that. It's extremely difficult. Extremely difficult.
Especially
So,
this in.
yeah, don't feel bad about it, or get angry with yourself. It's one of the most difficult things to learn to do and actually keep on doing it. It's very difficult.
I started pushing the throttle too early, I think, on this one.
I'll do better here.
So I don't know if you remember, but like I've been talking about in the chat for some like weeks ago or something like that, about if you guys were hiring. So, yeah,
I
because like
don't know about that. First of all, what you're doing?
DevOps engineer.
Okay. I don't know about that honestly, but the best thing you can do is send an email with a curriculum or something to the Kuno Simulazioni email. You can find that on the kunossimulazioni.com, kunos-simulazioni.com website. Yeah, send one there.
I went to the website and I saw that you guys were hiring only on IT sides. You were hiring software engineers, but the problem is I don't know enough C++, so
yeah. But
I don't know if I could help on that side.
You never know. It's always a good thing to send an email, because honestly, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but the developers, the lead developer that's going to check out, or the artists or whatever, they are going to be, okay, let me have a look. We might need a new one, or they might remember you when, they will have the necessity to get another guy. And obviously, if they have already there your curriculum, it's the first thing they're going to do is, okay, let me see if we had already some people asking to join us.
Okay.
What is your best lap time here?
Actually, I think I've just done my PB.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't drive a lot on this combo.
Okay.
Actually, I don't drive a lot on ACC either. I just don't have enough time.
Yeah.
No, actually, no, that's a false excuse. I don't find myself the time for it.
Oh, I can understand, don't worry. Ciao, Ettore!
Yeah,
I think you're doing
clicked.
better. I believe if you, work a little bit on some details on the setup, in order to not fight the car as much, I believe you could push even harder.
Yeah, see, that was something I wanted to talk about, but I obviously I don't want to monopolize the.
Don't worry
session.
about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, we still have a little bit of time. I mean, it's not. I'm not even, keeping time. So, but I'll tell you this. So, okay, you said, how do I understand if the car is doing things that shouldn't, or I'm doing things that I shouldn't? It's always both ways. Okay, you influence the car, and the car influencing you. And one of the things that you're doing is you can see that you're having some understeer in the middle of the turns.
Yeah.
And you're having oversteer at the turning of the fast corners, and at the exit oversteer at the slow corners.
So I was thinking about the aero thing, aero side, like especially if I like the understeer in the middle of the corners. I would assume that if I reduce a bit of the wing, that could help with that.
Yes, but obviously you're already having oversteer at the entry of the fast corners. So if you reduce even more the rear wing, you're gonna have big troubles.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Maybe if you reduce the rake.
If you're going to reduce the rake, then you're gonna obviously reduce the oversteer at the turn-in, but you're also gonna get more oversteer at the center of the corner. So you would need to think about, okay, what is most important? Is it important to keep the control at the turn-in and be able to turn the car, or is it more important to have less oversteer at the middle of the corner? Also keep in mind, usually you get out of the middle of the corner, then you have oversteer, and that makes you slower. So that understeer you're having then transforms into snap oversteer. So something here is, fighting you back.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. Try first to do the safe thing. So try to eliminate the problem that keeps you from controlling the car. Like on those turns over here, you usually lose control of the car and you go into big oversteer in entry, right?
Yep.
So try to fix that.
Okay.
Say, okay, what can I do to fix the main problem? And then once you have done that, you have to go out, do some laps, and see, is the car much worse in other situations? And if yes, where and how? Remember, always separate each corner in terms of, is the corner slow or fast? And then separate the single corner in entry, apex,
middle,
and exit. Yes. And take note of what is happening, and then fight it, and change the setup to find it.
See, that's the part where I struggle the most, is that I don't actively know what is happening. Like, except in extreme cases of understeer and oversteer, most of the time I don't really feel what's happening to my car.
Okay, but first of all, we watch the extreme situations. So,
Okay.
for example, where are you losing control? You're losing control of those double lefts, right?
Yep.
And how do you lose control over there? At the entry, in oversteer.
Yes.
So, first thing is, okay, can I fix that? Because this is the number one problem. I'm arriving very fast, I'm doing pretty much as I do everywhere else, but I still have big oversteer moments, and you have to fight a lot with the car when you have those moments, and you're losing a lot of lap time and consistency over there. So, fix that. While you fix it, so go by steps, you fix that, you go out again and you say, okay, what is my next situation? What is the next problem I have, which is very evident and very problematic for me? Okay? So if you have a lot of understeer in the mid-corner, then you would say, okay, I have a lot of understeer in the mid-corner. How can I fix that? Obviously, you will try a different rod and solution from what you just did to fix the oversteer and the entry. So you need to not go back to the same solution, but try something different.
Okay.
Okay?
And like, how do you know? I mean, I think you might know exactly what is doing what, and so you find exactly what you need to change at first. But it's not the case for me, and by that I mean like that's exactly what happened just before when we were talking about the oversteer into the understeer into mid corners. Immediately I thought about aero, but might not be the solution, and except with trying or just searching for it.
No.
Is there something like that you watch and change first before everything else?
Absolutely. You are going
so
to
you
go.
have an order process.
Yes, you are going to go with the process that you watched on my playlist of how to make a custom setup.
Okay.
So you remember the steps.
First.
Pressures first.
Yeah, pressures of course.
And
then aero.
Keep in mind.
Okay.
While you're getting better, pressures are cool to have a look at the end of the lap, as we said. Okay.
Yes.
But you can also have a look now that you're better right at the corner and moment of the corner that you have issues. So for example, on those very fast left-hand turns when you're braking, do you maybe have higher pressures at the right and lower at the left? Because if that is the case, then this rotates your car even more. Maybe you would need to do a couple of clicks to have the pressures properly set up for this part of the circuit instead of just at the start-finish line. So how are the pressures now?
I think I killed them a bit because front right is 27.4 while front left is 27.8.
Okay.
And the rears are both at 28.1.
Okay. So
I
you
think
need
it's
to
because
have
of
a
the
look.
spin I did just before.
So you need to make a couple of laps, consistent laps with no errors, and have a look how your pressures are. You might even find that at that corner, for whatever reason, the rear pressures are higher than the front. So you might need to do one click or two to the rears. It might be lower everywhere else in the track, but they might help you and protect you on those very hard corners.
Okay.
So first, as I told you, pressures. Then rear right height, for example, the right heights, and then you go with the rest of it.
Oh, also about that, setup in the aero slide. I see sometimes people making setups where they have negative rake.
Yes.
But I always thought that it was a bad idea to have negative rake instead of having like okay, so
not necessarily. First of all, everything goes in the setup. Everything goes. Even if you ask some, real engineers, they will tell you if it works and you make lap times, woohoo, congrats to you, whatever you have done. So everything.
Yeah,
goes.
I mean that explains why some people were making like not sheets but like setups with max amount of, I think it was toe or camber or something like
yeah,
this. No, I think it was negative toe.
Yeah,
and
this also helps because there is an exploit right now that they have found out in the physics, and obviously on our part we're trying to fix it.
Yeah, I know. It's just like I was pointing that out because I totally understand this point of if it works, but
absolutely. But
yeah,
instead of going into that high level, first start with the basics, which is easier also to understand. So start with the basics, understand what you're doing, and move forward that kind of strategy. Then, if you are, at a point where everything works properly and you're just trying to find out extra performance, then you can go even to the exploits or whatever you want.
No, that's not what I intended. Of course, I thought it was fixed. Actually, sorry if I'm putting out something to the chat.
No worries, no worries.
It's also like, okay, another thing. What if the car feels good to me in terms of behavior? Is there still a way to work to make it faster?
Yes, always. But obviously, if the car feels good to you, okay, you're going to go by very small steps, not big steps. So for example, car feels good to you, it's fantastic. Usually a car that has more rotation is also faster. So if the car feels good to you and you are at a point where you cannot improve your lap times, you go to the setup and you do, I don't know, one click more rear right height to give a slightly extra more rotation. Okay, you go out, you try, but be very careful. Can you drive it? Can you do the same lap times, or did you improve? Fine, that is the way. If you are getting slower, or if the car becomes difficult, so your consistency is not there anymore, then that wasn't the solution, and you have to do an even more fine-tuning change. So maybe you have to go to the camber, or to the toe, or maybe to the bump stop, for example. So, or to the arms, so to say. So,
Okay.
usually 90%, 99% of the time, when the car feels good and you try to find out extra speed, usually more rotation to the car gives extra speed.
Okay.
So
could
you
it be
try
also
to see how much more rotation you can handle.
Okay. Could it also be like something that could be tweaked in the aero page? Like, for example, giving a bit less drag into the setup, something like this, without changing everything?
With those cars, for most of the tracks, you need a lot of wing. More downforce gives you better lap times.
Yeah, but you
this
know,
is
we
the
always
main
put
reason.
Monza on public service.
Yes.
No, for real though, like, for example, I was watching the aggressive setup page, and I saw that it was using 7 a wing instead of 8 into the Mclaren.
Yes.
Is it because, like, just to give extra amount of downforce if needed, or is it already enough?
Well, first of all, the preset setups always let you find and explore out some extra stuff. There is always speed to be found. Secondly, depending on the car, okay, sometimes going full wing, it doesn't give that much extra downforce. It only adds drag. So you have to have a look at this and see, okay, did I actually want something or not, or it was just placebo or nothing else than drag. The other reason is we also go more for the balance than anything else in the preset setups, which means that I could use more wing, but then you need more rake. More rake might make the rear suspension way too high, and the geometry makes the car more difficult to handle. So we might not want that, but a better driver might deal with it without issues, for example. So there's always things to talk about and find out and so on. That's why my advice is go with the basics first, one step at a time. See what happens, and then once you are very happy with the car, you could say, okay, can I try and see maybe a low drag configuration that handles similarly? So you need to change the wing and change the rake of the car as well. Might be as fast or faster, who knows? So you try that. But before going into that, completely changing the setup to a low or high configuration, downforce configuration setup, first find the setup that works and you're happy with.
Okay. Another question. I'm watching some streamers like Nil Snowjokes, for example. I think you know him.
Yes, of course.
Right? Yeah, okay. I just wanted to... Okay, so to explain to the chat, like, to people who don't know him, like, he's a very good player, like one of the best beamer drivers.
Best of the best, sir.
Pretty much. And like, I'm watching his inputs on the car.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because of the way, about the driving style thingy, or if it's because he adapts the car to this. But like, it looks like he never does trail braking, or very little, and just like on-off on the throttle.
Yes.
No adjustments or something like that. You saw that too, right?
No, well, if you watch carefully, you see that it seems that goes on/off on the throttle or on the brake, but in reality it's always smooth. You can be much harder. You can try this yourself by saving a setup or a video and have a look between the two. Just go on/off and see what happens. The great thing about the that kind of level of drivers is that they can be smooth but extremely fast on the inputs and seem like they're going on/off. In reality, they are smoother than on/off. It's not a switch on/off.
Okay. Does it look like maybe it's because they're doing that so much faster than
Yes,
than
they are
us?
much faster.
Yeah. Okay.
That's definitely. So, for example, when I told you you can go on the throttle a little bit faster, this is one of the reasons you could go on the throttle faster, because it seems that you are way too smooth and progressive going to the throttle. So you can gain a little bit from there. But you also need to do it at the exact and precise moment of the exit of the turn, because otherwise you're going to have or oversteer or understeer depending on the situation. Okay, so I would say, Alex, if it's okay with you, I will let you try a little bit, focus on your driving, maybe try a couple of things on the setup that we said about. I will go and talk with the next sim racer, and then maybe I come back and see how you're doing.
Copy. Thanks a lot.
No worries, I'm waiting to see a 202 because you're close.
Yeah, I'm close to it.
Yeah. Okay, man, keep it up, keep it up. And see you in a minute.
Thank you very much.
No worries, it's a pleasure. You're welcome. Take care.
Thanks, you too.
All right, we're back again.
Hey, Aris.
Hello, Andy.
Michael's next. We're just waiting on him. I've called him a
Okay.
minute ago, so you should be
Okay.
there in a moment.
Let me check what server should I get in.
He should be in any minute. Oh, he's found the wrong chat. Hang on, I'll move him over.
No worries. Hello, John. Oh, the first... well, actually, we just had one sim racer for now. I think we did a little bit of too much, 1 hour, but no worries. We will...
Good evening, Michael. I've just moved you to the right chat, by the way, so I'll hand you over to Aris now.
Okay.
Hey, hello, Michael.
yours.
How are you doing?
Hello.
Hey,
Nice. Hi.
γεια σου πατρίδα. Γεια σου Μιχάλη, τι κάνεις?
Καλά.
For the rest of the guys, do you prefer English or should we go to Greek and simply explain to people every once in a while?
It doesn't. We can move on with English.
Okay, cool. Okay. So, Michael, tell us all about it. Let me join the server in the meantime as well.
So basically, I was watching also yesterday's stream, and what I saw is the initial question was about transitioning from braking to coasting.
Okay.
But I realized that my problem is also stepping the gas as the problem that we have most sim racers. We're trying to step the gas really soon.
Okay.
And it looks that at least for me, my problem is that I'm trying to step the gas really soon to gain some milliseconds, but we're
Okay.
making things worse.
Are you going to the gas pedal right after the release of the brake, or simply you are going, as early as possible through the apex and you simply go into understeer?
Mostly, I'm struggling to figure out how much coasting I have to do.
Okay.
And usually, as I see just the apex and the exit of the turn, I try to step the gas. I think maybe too soon.
Okay. That's good. That's good, let's say, because it's easier to fix that up to a point than being shy and slow with the gas and trying to fix to go faster. So you want already to go fast, which is a good thing. One of the things you can do, and we go back to what we were saying on Tuesday, is when you're practicing, you need to try different things, not doing the same thing again and again and again. And even if that means, okay, let's go slower than usually, because I speak also for myself. Every time I go for a practice session, you know, your focus is, okay, can I go faster than before? Sometimes you need to, you know, waste some time and try things that will make you slower, but will make you probably understand what's going on. I will not ask you to do that right away. I want you, if you want to, just do a couple of laps and see how you're driving. So drive as usually, as you do usually.
Okay.
And then we will talk about how we can improve on that.
Cold tires.
Yeah. Don't be nervous. It's only how much? 200 people watching you.
I saw it. I was watching the stream.
Hello, Windle. I think it was David before that followed the channel. Oh my god, what happened? I've lost connection. No, it's okay, I'm still here. Alright, let's see. Yono, welcome to the channel.
Ah,
Oi.
the usual mistake for me here.
Ah, it's okay. No one. I'm not sure if you want maybe to start again because maybe your tires are.
Yep.
Hey, Alex. Hey, it was a pleasure, mate. Take a break, jump in again, and make those 202s. So obviously, you are driving well. So we're trying to find out now details rather than, you know, completely. It's not like, oh my God, he's using the accelerator so badly that we need to fix who knows what. But usually those details are also the most difficult to find out and then to fix.
Actually, still the biggest problem is that I'm still using things that I was doing in the Assetto Corsa, and they don't work here.
Yes. Okay. Okay, let's see this lap. Okay. Alright, so in Silverstone we don't have a long straight, so I can explain a couple of things to you. So yeah, maybe you want to stop and we'll try again.
Yes, because I want to fix a little bit the pressures.
Sure.
They were off.
Okay, while you're fixing the pressures, here's what I'm noticing. So first of all, as you said, you're doing some stuff from Assetto Corsa 1 which had lighter GT3 cars they didn't have all the ballast on, and most importantly they have 3 different tire compounds with much more grip, and less sensitive aerodynamics. So the amount of downforce was the same, maybe, but the aerodynamics were much less. Much less sensitive. What this means practically for your driving style? You are trying to stop the car. First of all, in the medium to fast corners, you're having much less trouble to do a proper lap time. So T1, for example, you are very good at it. Okay, the turn after the long back straight, you are very good at it. The T1 of the new start for the Formula One, again, you are good at it. On all the corners that are slow, medium slow to slow corners, okay, you are trying to stop the car and start again, which is more of a very powerful cars with less weight. Those are heavy cars here, and it doesn't pay that much to stop the car so hard and then try to accelerate as soon as possible. You release the brake very deep in the corner, and then you go in the accelerator as soon as possible. That makes you slower, and at the same time brings you also the problems of maybe I'm accelerating too early and I'm having issues, at the exit of the corner. That is because for you to go fast you need to get and step on the gas as soon as possible, because you are practically stopped inside the corner. Okay?
Okay.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is let's do whatever you're doing as you do it normally. Let's not change a thing. On the hairpins of this track, so practical on the second part of the track, okay, let's try and do this. I want you to not push the braking zones as much as you're doing, but not even brake sooner, just normal braking zone, normal braking as you would do. But instead of trying to get the braking inside the corner, I want you to release the brakes sooner and let the car coast into the corner until the apex. And you might be even slower right now, but let's see what is going to happen when you do this. I believe that if you do it properly, the delta inside the corner is going to be green. You're going to be gaining time. Then it depends what we're going to do at the exit in order to actually make lap time. But at that moment, it's going to be better, because I believe that you are taking the braking, the trail braking, way too much into the turn, but also way too hard. You are braking really hard until the apex. So here, as we are arriving, brake as usual, release. You see?
Yep.
Release. You see, the car enters and doesn't spin. You are taking the braking for a lot of time inside the corner, and being a very heavy car, it loses a lot of speed, and it's difficult for you then to accelerate out of that. Release. That's it. Too much steering wheel here. You need to try with the steering wheel to find out where the grip is, so move a little bit more. You are having this, you know how to do it, but don't forget it. This is very good here. Very good. Release it, that's it, let it go. You see, you're not really losing time. Even though it seemed slow over there, you weren't losing time.
Actually, I gained half.
Yeah. Release it. Okay, now here, remember? You are gaining. All the time you've lost from the last corner inside the S's, you gain time, like 1/10 of a second. Remember here at the slow corners.
Okay.
Look at, oh my God.
I saw it.
Okay, we lost the apex here, but still,
Yeah, I'm positive, yes.
yes. That's okay. Play with the steering wheel. Ah, you see, for a moment you weren't losing, then you lost on the exit, that's fine, but no, now you're gaining again.
Yes. Goes a better exit.
Yeah. Okay, so we have some indications here. We have some indications. What you're missing is mid-turn speed, practically.
The usual problem that I have also is not only for me, but for a lot of people is looking the delta.
Yeah, tell me about it. Now we're looking at the delta because we need some clues, you know, we need some indication. After you found out what works and what not, then we focus to not look at the delta. You can even, you know, disable it if it's necessary, and just focus on driving. Vitka, yes, it works with all the cars, everywhere actually. How much gain you get here? Okay, remember here.
Yep.
Yeah, we need to go down to first gear here and make the corner properly, but when you are going to nail, because now you're still thinking the process. When the process will become more natural to you, I think you're gonna gain, like, for your last laps, like 3 to 4 tenths of a second.
Actually, sometimes I'm managing to do it, but it's very spontaneous.
Yeah.
My usual laps are about 59.2, 59.3, but spontaneously I do some 57 highs or 58.
Huh. You need to have a look at those laps, you know, carefully on the replays, and look very carefully on your pedal inputs and see what happened.
Okay.
Oh my God. Starts working. Yeah, remember, don't push so hard on the brakes after you have finished your braking. Play more with the steering wheel.
Okay.
You push too hard. Don't push too hard. Don't look at the delta now and try to push. Do the usual stuff. Okay, don't look at the delta. I'll let you know. Now you can look at the delta.
The problem is it's hard not to see it because I have a display right in front of the screen.
What's out here? What's out here? Steering wheel playing? No, you're too fixed. You're not trying to find out the grip on the steering wheel.
Actually, it's a little bit weird on what I'm feeling in the steering wheel.
Now you have to work with it, because if you keep it fixed, then you rely on your pedal work to find out the grip. But if you work on the steering wheel, actually, you will see that you find extra grip from the steering wheel, and then that will allow you to go harder on the pedals.
New tires.
Have you watched the the last stream on Tuesday?
Yes, not all, but I think most of it.
Okay, have you watched the lap from Tortellini?
No.
Okay,
This
at the end of the stream, there are the laps from Tortellini, and you can see how much he's trying to find out the grip with the steering wheel.
Oh yes, I guess. Now that you're telling it.
Yeah,
I remember.
and they
You
are
were
not...
saying about the small corrections.
Yes, exactly. As you saw, you were trying to find, when I told you to find the grip on the steering wheel, you were doing big corrections. You need small corrections. Small corrections, because the grip is around there where you are already. It's not too far away one way or another. It's around there on 5 degrees back and forth, you know? So this is where you need to find out what's going on. So you do that, braking and releasing, especially on the very slow corners. You do also the steering wheel search, and you will see that what you're doing with the accelerator will be enough.
Okay.
So the problem, in my opinion, it's not that you are trying to find out to accelerate faster and sooner, and you are too eager to go to the accelerator. The problem is that because you are slowing the car down so much in the middle of the slow corners, then the only solution is I have to go to the accelerator as hard as I can. But that won't give you speed. You need to find the speed in a different way. You need to bring more speed inside the corner, and the only way to achieve that is to stop braking as much, because when you stop braking, as you notice already, there is enough lateral grip to keep you into the corner.
Okay, I think I'm getting the grip on it. Okay, do you want me to try it once more? Basically,
If you want to try once more, or if you have another question, by all means, let me know. Or I can leave you here, you tell me, and go to another guy and get back to you again.
I don't have something else now.
Okay, do you want to do a couple of laps so I can still guide you by voice and then let you practice it?
Okay, I will try to do 2 laps, and actually I will try to do something on the steering wheel. I'm trying to remove the damper, because I think this is my...
Too much damper, okay,
yeah.
can happen. Your whoop is, yes, absolutely, the physics are pretty much the same for all consoles, so by all means, and it's not just, Assetto Corsa, it's pretty much all simulators, so, and real life as well. So what we're talking about is usually, I absolutely try to not talk about exploits and stuff like that. I'm trying to give you advice that you can then take it elsewhere and it still works. Ciao, Octavian! No, Costas, zero dampers will give you the sensation of a car that is way too on its tiptoes and it moves around way too much because there's no stability anymore, and also it will oscillate in the straight. So you don't. My advice is don't do that. You always need a little bit of damping, the correct amount, not too much, not too little. Kali, did you saw how much lateral grip and turn-in you had on the slow turn over there, that you almost went into the inside curb sausage?
Yes. I think that was not a problem.
Also, now you have to keep in mind something. You see on the very fast corners like that, if you release the brakes way too soon, you are actually giving to the front end way too much lateral grip, and it rotates the car way too much. So keep an eye on that as well. ADM, I wouldn't bother to change the damping from one car to the other. Yes, but you know, we are talking really fine tuning, so honestly. Okay, because those next hairpins are one after another, don't watch at the delta. I will let you know what is going on. Just focus on what you have to do. Not that good this time. So the small steering inputs you give, I saw them, but they need to be faster, because you're leaving too much time, and so the car starts reacting to you opening, you know, the line or not. They need to be more energetic.
So that I can force it to get a grip.
Yes, force it, you know, because if you are slow on moving the steering wheel left-right, then simply the car will go wider, and that's it. Being more energetic will not only find for you the grip, but this is something we haven't explained thoroughly, and we should do that. Being more energetic will also force some rotation and make the rear tires contribute to the rotation as well, because you're forcing the front end to move, and the rear tires will also, you know, slide a little bit around and force the rotation even more.
Those graphics.
Too much braking. That's it, you see? Now that was correct. You see how much lateral you had there. On the first hairpin, it was too much braking too late, and because you were arriving too late, you kept braking for the whole turn-in. Steering wheel inputs. Energetic. That's it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You see?
Yep.
You see how much grip you found out. It actually took you by surprise, because you could have been on the accelerator much sooner, but you weren't sure about that.
My biggest issue is that after 22 years of driving in real life, you're trying to do the same things here.
Yes.
It's not possible.
Yes, yes.
It's not possible with
you know,
that kind of cars.
You know, in real life, I'm talking from my own personal experience. I was also, using the usual slow in, fast out, go on the accelerator as soon as possible, and so on and so on. And then switching to the fucking Miata, which is a shitbox that it is extremely slow. You understand that the only way to go fast is bring more speed inside the turn,
Yes.
And at some point, a little bit of, actually a lot of practice on the simulator, practice in real life, and at some point you understand, as when it happens here, it clicks into you that, oh, wait a minute, there is still more lateral grip than what I know. And then you start pushing the entry and bringing, not only braking to the entry, but bringing more speed in the middle of the corner. And you realize that everything you knew is not enough. There's still more to know about, And yeah, it's very hard to change. Look at how much grip you found out here.
Yep.
Yeah. It's so much that it takes you out of surprise, and then, confusion is is upon us and makes problem. Okay, let's see that lap.
Still messing. I think
I think
that I
you're
am
pushing.
slow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have the feeling that I am too slow for cops, and it looks that I am going too fast that I should.
I think you are pushing it now because you see that there is a possibility to, make a lap, and you are missing your reference points. So I would focus to hit the reference points as usual, and only change one thing at a time. There I am going down again. Okay, back again. So as I was saying, hit your reference points, don't push it. So focus very much on your braking reference points, and only focus to change your style at the last moment of releasing the brake.
Okay.
Okay, so do as you were always been doing. Don't try to change everything. Just, where is your braking point? This is it. Do this again.
Okay. Yeah.
That's it. That feels slow, and you're still going down in delta. So you went slow there. Totally seems slow to you, and the delta was going down on the first hairpin.
I think this is the most, what also most people struggle, because you feel you are going too slow, but
Yeah.
the minimum. It's a little bit of struggle to find the minimum speed.
Oh yes.
At least in a set of course I was able to do it in a better way.
Yeah,
But
because the aero was more stable, and so whatever you were doing, the car kept having the same downforce. So that was helping your grip. Here, if you do the same thing, the downforce goes back and forth, and you're losing grip, and so you're losing time. That's why it helps to bring the car, and make it stable through the whole turn. So, here's my advice for you. Don't try too hard. Think of it, okay, I'm gonna lose a session to learn things and not try to improve my lap time. Okay? Because the moment you're starting to push the things to improve your lap time because you see it's there, then you start doing the same errors again, or you're simply pushing the reference points too far away, and obviously you're missing the entry points and the apexes, and you cannot improve. So my advice is, do what you were doing until now. So focus on the braking zones. Okay, do a lot of laps like that. The only thing you need to change is the release of the braking before the apex, and focus on feeling that the car is slow through the turn. Do that for, 15 minutes, half an hour. See if you can get the habit of it, doing it consistently. And don't look at the lap times. If you can do it consistently, at some point you can say, okay, let me now push a little bit. So don't focus on every lap you do to just get a better delta. It won't work.
Yeah, as I said, this is the biggest problem.
Yeah, switch off the delta. Switch it off. Just focus on, okay, I'm doing what I know how to do, and I'm only changing the last part of the turning in. The part that goes from the end of the turning in to the apex. That part. In that part, you need to feel that the car is slow and the revs are low. Oh, and feel like, oh my god, what am I doing? I'm going so slow. Just focus on that.
Okay.
Okay? All right. I'll let you do practice. If you're still there, I will catch you gladly after a while and see how you're doing.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
No worries, man. It's been a pleasure.
Also. Bye for now.
Okay, bye for now. Let me see if I can get out from here. Ah, there it is. Okay. Next. Jazzy, do you like it? Yeah, look at this. Tofu, man. I want to make a t-shirt with tofu. I have an idea. All right, so let's go back to Andy. Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, mate. How's it going?
All good, all good.
We're just rounding up Mantikor, who's up next. He's struggling, though. 1 second. Okay, here he is. I've just got hold of him. I'll let you entertain the crowd for a moment.
Okay.
While I do some actual work.
Remind me to make you another percentage raise.
Yeah, thank you, mate. I appreciate it. That'll be my retirement with it. I know you've already paid for my retirement, so this will be my yacht next, I think.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? All right, so let's find the server in the meantime. And change at Spa with the Lamborghini. That's nice. I like it.
Right, okay. Manticore's ready for you in chat room number 1 now, if you want to go join
Fantastic. I'll go and join it. Thank you, buddy.
No worries.
All right. Hello. How are you doing?
Hello, Aris.
Hey, how are you doing? Pleased to meet you.
I'm a little bit sick, but
I'm sorry to hear that. Take care,
usual
buddy.
winter cold.
Take care. So, how can I call you? Mantikor is okay?
You can call me that, or you can call me Jonas.
Jonas, okay, cool.
Whatever you prefer.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, Jonas, so, Lamborghini, I like that. Nice selection.
Yes, that's currently my favorite car, I think.
Ah, fantastic.
I love the sound and the feeling of the car. It's fantastic.
It really is cool. I agree.
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
So, until now, I was trying to learn like all the tracks and trying to do a decent lap. And right now, I think I'm fine with driving in the middle of the pack usually.
Okay.
But now you know how it is. I want to improve on that,
Of
I feel like I'm hitting a wall right now. So I don't really know what to focus on next. So should I just do more hot laps in a row, or should keep on doing races, or should I change my setup, or
Sure.
like I don't know what my current how would you call it, state of learning is. I guess.
Right. What is your average best? I mean, when you are in well practice and so on, what are you doing here at Spa as lap times usually?
I mean, this was already a pretty good lap, I think, for
Okay.
me. So, like, I think I can do a flat 220, like
Okay.
best.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
that's
a, it's
usually
not a
enough for
bad
the middle
lap
of the pack.
in this temperature. So let's see. So I guess you're driving well. So let's see what kind of details we can improve and make you gain half second, 1 second maybe. Who knows? We'll see. So I would say go out and do a couple of laps of driving so I can see how you're driving, and then we will discuss both what you can do in driving, if there's something you can do in the setup. You're using your custom setup, right?
Currently, I'm just using the aggressive setup,
Okay.
basically, with just like, pressures adjusted and
Very
Cool.
good.
That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. And then we can also discuss about how to practice to get better results in racing.
Yeah, that would be cool. So I guess I'm just
Yeah,
gonna start
just
heating up the
ready,
tires
ready
and
when you are.
Yep.
No pressure. Again, only 200 people watching or something like
it's so good.
that. So, no, in fact, yes. Costas is a V10, not a V12. V12, yeah, only unfortunately the old dust. Alright, let's see what Jonas is doing.
It's also that sometimes I just have a really good corner where I gain like almost half a second. And I don't really understand like where I get the time from.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to repeat it, but I can't.
Right. Well, if that makes it better for you, it's a pretty common symptom, and it's not easy to find out where the lap is and how we made it. Because sometimes, as you said, you arrive at a plateau, you are placing yourself at a comfort zone, and sometimes you go out of it, but you've not really understood where you went out of it and how you did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Charlie asked if I have a favorite drink. Wine, red wine usually, and beer in the summer. But if you want me to be more specific, it's a long, long discussion. Hey Radrana, thank you, buddy. Yeah, så still ne.
A little bit wide there.
That's okay, that's okay. Alex, that's amazing to hear. That's 1 second down. Well done, buddy. Well done. Congrats. Okay, very good. Keep on going. I will ask you to do something here at the Orus. Okay, you are lifting slightly bit inside the Orus, alright? I want you to lift very slightly just before going into the curb to the left, the first curb. So
Okay.
just before hitting it, just raise your foot a little bit and then go flat out through the whole Orus. Now.
Yeah, that works.
That works. So we need to do it even better, but what happens is you are going in fast and you need to lift because for various reasons you don't feel good about it, whatever, doesn't matter. But that means you're losing speed at the worst moment, uphill at the exit of the turn. So to give you the same confidence, you know, we are lifting at the entry of Orus. When you're going downhill, you slow a little bit down, but then you can keep your foot down through the whole exit and uphill, and that makes you gain a little bit of speed, you know.
Yeah.
So that's one point. Second point, we are arriving to the point where we are having the interest is the last corner before the straight, the long straight uphill that goes after these turns. So we have this one, the next one again, and the other one. I want you again to lift just before going in, not at the middle of the turn. So not this one, but the next one. So slight lift before going in. Go. Go, 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 flat out. Okay, so again we will try to do the same thing. Obviously we need to lift even less, not so much, but that's the important thing. Lift, if you need to lift, lift before the turn. Don't lift while you're almost exiting the turn.
Okay.
And then we need to improve here. But we will see that on the next lap time. So, remember, very small lift before the going into the Orus. And then flat out. Aha, you didn't lift. You didn't lift. You tried to do it flat out.
I mean, I just lifted a little bit, but
You
guess it
didn't
wasn't-
actually lift.
yeah. Okay. I mean, that was the reason why I usually lift there.
Yeah. So, next thing we will try to do. Your lines are quite good. I want you to go into the accelerator a little bit more aggressive. So every time you think that it's time to go to the accelerator, I want you to do it a hint before that and a little bit more aggressive. Alex, it is flat out, the Horus Radion, but if we have a problem to make it flat out for whatever reason, in order to practice how to make it flat out, it's much better to do it, to lift before and then take it flat out instead of lifting in the middle of the turn. Lifting in the middle of the turn is more dangerous and would also make us lose time. So it is important to understand and practice in the correct way. Most of the people are lifting in the middle of the turn. That makes them lose time, and it's also more dangerous. It's much better, to lift just before entering and then go flat out in it. Okay, remember here, go to the accelerator a little bit sooner. Remember, a lift, not a hint. Just release the pedal for a moment and go. That's it. You saw, even though you missed the apex because you were concentrating on lifting instead of the steering wheel line, you still managed to make it flat out.
Yeah. See, now I feel like when I'm trying to accelerate,
Yes?
like earlier, I'm understeering.
Yes. So, two things. If you're going to accelerate earlier, you need also to start giving less steering wheel.
Okay.
So I'll explain you why this happens, but let me see this first, the first moment you're going to do it, and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I lifted too late.
Yeah, okay, that's as long as you understand what happened, it's good for me. All those things are not easy to do, instantly. You need to practice, you need to get it into the correct rhythm, you need to understand what's happening and so on. Now again, at the exit, release the steering wheel and accelerate. Okay, too much here, obviously. It goes way faster when I'm telling you go to the accelerator faster, not before the apex. That's a good opportunity here as well. You see how the car rotates if you release the steering wheel? Okay. Okay, try again. A little bit sooner. So here's the problem here. You are either listening to me, so you lose focus, or, as you did before, you are trying to release the accelerator very close to the turn. I want you to release the accelerator just before hitting the curb, the left curb, the first curb at the left. Okay? So right at the entry, not after the curb. Before there, and then just focus on the line with your foot planted down on the accelerator. Alex, no, I will also change them in the mid of the process. Not at the early of the process, but in the mid of the process. Okay. On the next lap, we're also going to fix a couple of gears. Nice. As you saw here, you can be even more aggressive on the accelerator, so release and go back much faster, like telegraphing. Very good. Look at that. You saw how the car turned?
Yeah.
That was better. Again, try here. Too much turning. You see how we went instantly into understeer.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Thanks.
Okay, remember, before the left curve. You saw what happened. You still don't have the line perfect, but it was easier for you to focus on the line and correct even mid-corner.
Yeah, get more grip.
Yeah, because you don't have to deal with the pedals. Okay, here you need to go into second earlier. So at the entry you need to be in the second. Okay. Okay, on the next corner, don't go down to second gear. Stay in third and release the car, let it go. Okay, let it, no. You see? Yeah, you're used to it. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's muscle memory at this point.
It's a mid-high downforce track, Spa. Nice.
Actually, don't think I have enough fuel left for one more.
Okay.
I have
Well,
1 liter left.
try the ruse here, then you can. Ah, it worked.
I mean, that was much better now.
Huh?
Didn't even
Worked.
lose time.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the more you practice this, and the more at some point you will be able to do the full Horus flat out. Because the main thing to do the full Horus flat out is to have the line made properly. But you need to practice how to do it flat out, and the only way to practice it is by entering a little bit slower and then go flat out through the whole turn, so that your line, you're focusing on how to make the line.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's not like you're gonna gain 1 second on the rules, okay?
Yeah.
I need you to focus on a couple of things. First of all, as you were driving initially, your driving style is that you were waiting on the car to have a lot of grip, and then you were accelerating out of the corner. Okay,
Mhm.
and on various corners, you were kept on steering and you wouldn't even take advantage of the whole width of the road. So you were exiting the turn quite at the middle of the road almost. Okay? Which means that there is still more speed to find out when if you're able to go into the accelerator and slowly unwind the steering wheel. Okay. If you keep on steering a lot, this provokes understeer, and then you feel like I cannot accelerate. But if you unwind the steering wheel, this keeps a good amount of lateral grip at the front tires. It doesn't provoke understeer, and by going into the accelerator, sooner, you also provoke some rotation, some oversteer, and you can get out of the corner much faster. Okay. The other thing is there are a couple of turns that you are, using the wrong gears. So let me show you. I don't know if you can watch me or if you want to watch your replay. You tell me what you prefer.
I think easiest is to watch your stream, right?
Okay, I will drive then. You can watch inside as well.
Stay away from curbs.
So at the end of the straight, you were downshifting to third gear and then second. My advice is downshift down to second and keep it. So you enter the turn in second gear here. Like that. And then release the brakes, you see, and you enter like that. And then as you did third gear, that's fine. This is one of the turns that it was very evident that you had more grip and acceleration to do, but you were waiting and you were exiting like here. Okay, so you have more speed to gain if you go in the accelerator and take advantage of almost the whole width of the road. Don't go over the curb, but you still have more road to take advantage of.
Okay, so but you basically want to hit the accelerator earlier and unwind the steering wheel earlier too.
Third gear, release the brakes. Look at that. The car just going in and stay in third. So this has to deal with what we were saying yesterday about the engine brake and how to rotate the car. If you go down to second gear, you over-rotate the car and then possibly you are losing too much time because you are slowing down the car as well. So just, brake properly, stay in third gear, release the brakes, let the car keep the momentum.
So I have to rotate the car more with the accelerator.
Yeah, I think I'm driving in the safe setup, so have mercy on me. You see, even with the safe setup, I've managed to make the turn while accelerating and unwinding the steering wheel. Look at that. Don't stay on the steering wheel too much. Don't keep, the steering input. Now, because I won't be able to do it flat out, what I'm gonna do is release here and go flat out there. See?
Yeah.
Easy. In the safe setup, which is notoriously understeering. So I'm going into the turn slower, obviously, because that's my level now, right now in my setup, but I'm focusing on the line and still getting it flat out after I have slowed down. You see, second gear here, third gear, and now you see I will try to accelerate sooner at the exit and go wider at the exit.
You also go much wider on the exit on the long right turn.
Wherever I can.
Yeah.
But to go wider, it's not just driving the car over there, but also accelerating in order to go wide. Now again here, third gear. Look at this. Hard brake. Release the brake. can also short shift if necessary. So go up to a gear sooner than instead of waiting for limiter. Now, for all the people watching, the chat and saying, no, you can do 216s, 217s, 2 whatever, and you have to go flat there and like this, that, and all that stuff. It's very important to make small steps from the situation you are and improve on the situation you are. Obviously, there are always going to be people that are much faster than you, but it's not really necessary to go and make, and try to imitate people that are like 4 seconds faster than you. It's easier first to go and try and imitate and understand how you can go half a second or 1 second faster than where you are. Okay? So that's why we're saying, if you are trying to do the Horus flat out and you cannot, and you are forced to raise your foot in the middle of the turn, do the other way around. That way you learn how you can make the Horus flat out. Okay. Obviously you're gonna go slower in, but at least you're gonna understand, okay, what line do I need to do in order to make it flat out? If you are not taking advantage of the speed and the width of the road at the exit, it doesn't make sense to tell you, now make the car more understeer, oversteer, whatever, and do that. No, just try to learn the correct amount of unwinding the steering wheel and accelerating a little bit sooner. Never overdo it. So when I told you, accelerate a bit sooner, you started accelerating even before the apex. No, when we're saying sooner or later, we are always talking about 1 meter, 2 meters, something like that. Small steps at a time. Okay? I would say, try again. Focus on the things we said. Don't push the car way too much. And I'm pretty confident that you are going to see a 219 very, very soon, because the lines are correct. You seem to have a easy control of the car in terms of you are not. Actually, I think that your problem is that you are not pushing the car too hard. But
I have the same feeling.
Yeah, don't overdo it though. Don't go from not pushing the car to overdriving the hell out of the car. Correct gears and just a hint more. So if you want to go faster, accelerate 1 meter before, not 5 meters before. 5 meters is way too much. Okay. If you want to go faster, try, braking later, half a meter later, not 2 meters later. 2 meters is already way too much. Okay. So try to force yourself to do things that you feel that are not safe enough.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get that feeling that when you are at a situation with a car and you're like, okay, now I can accelerate, and you feel safe about it, okay? So try to do it at a moment that you think, I shouldn't do it. Try to do it there. Go just a little bit out of your comfort zone. I think that is what you need right now.
Yeah, I think oftentimes I'm just trying to drive safe, to be honest. So, like, I'm always driving like I'm always racing, basically. So I just want to finish like cleanly, but I should push the car harder.
That is good. Driving like racing is good, because in the race wins or gets better position who does less mistakes. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the driver that managed to make less mistakes, it's going to have a better position. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But when you are practicing, okay, my advice is forget qualifying or whatever. Put in your car fuel for 30 minutes. Go out and lap. The first 10 minutes, lap as you know, and try to be consistent. Don't do anything else. 10 minutes of lapping, like 5 or 6 or 10 laps, something like that. That you are just doing the usual laps and you feel safe. And as you go farther, even with worn out tires, especially with worn out tires, at that moment, try to start going outside of your comfort zone. Don't go back to the pits and go out again. Keep on doing the same session, okay? One long session of driving. Once you feel confident, start moving outside of your comfort zone. Start pushing little by little, a bit outside, to the point that you are afraid that, oh, if I do that, I'm going to do a mistake. This is where you are going to improve. It's going to make you maybe, slower, or it's going to make you not consistent anymore, but this is where you need to find out what to do. If it helps you, do it on only a couple of turns at a time. So find 2 turns that you think you are very safe, and only change those couple of turns, not all the lap. Okay, so I would say try that. If you have time and you want to practice, by all means, do it now, and I will gladly get back and have a look of how you're doing.
Yeah, I don't believe I have much more time today,
Okay,
so
no worries, no
probably
worries.
we'll practice like another day.
By all means, let us know in the Discord chat or in the comments on the channel how it's going on, or if you are finding other problems and you are going backwards instead of forward, and
Yeah.
and then we will try to make you better.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this are actually some great tips, like basically how to improve, like what to focus on next.
Yes,
Because I was a little bit lost.
Yes, I understand that, and I think one of the problems that most sim racers have is that they arrive at their limit, which is fine, and for everybody is different, and then they try too hard to go to the next level, way too hard. They are practically trying to skip a couple of levels and go to another level, and this is where everything becomes, difficult and confusionary and hard to understand.
Yeah,
My advice
exactly.
is focus on the correct things, small steps. Yes, I can tell you, oh, you know what? You have to make a rules flat out, and this is the way. Try it. But if you make it once out of luck and 100 times you crash, then it's not good practice. So I would say, do what you do. Forget about the rules. Do it as you are doing it, all the time. But improve the gear ratios on the next turn. Improve the gear that you're choosing on those right, left, medium, fast corners. Improve the exit. Improve those, and I believe you're gonna start gaining tenths of a second and maybe even 1 second.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
Yeah, thank you
Jonas,
very much for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining, and I really hope that you're going to improve. I'm very curious to see if things are going to get better for you. If not, by all means, let us know. We'll keep on insisting.
Yeah, thank you very much for doing these coachings.
No worries.
We all really appreciate it, I think, and everyone can learn from each other. And yeah, that is absolutely fantastic.
It really
Thank
is
you
a
very
pleasure.
much.
It really is a pleasure. Thanks for joining. See you next time.
All right. Yeah,
Cheers.
take care.
All right, so I hope it's also clear for you guys what we're trying to do. It's not easy to improve, and not only it's not easy to improve, but each driver has a different style to improve. So you might improve in a couple of laps if you're doing a mistake that it is easy to correct, or you might need a lot of more practice in order to cover more than one mistakes and arrive at a point where you are confident again with the car, and then start pushing again and start gaining lap time again. So each one of us, it's very different. Each one of us have different mistakes that needs to improve, and it might take one night, it might take 1 week, it might take even months to get better. But it's important to focus on the correct aspect of your driving. All right, so let's see next one. Hello.
Hey, Aris.
Hello.
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
Not bad.
What's your name? Because your nickname is going to be difficult to pronounce.
It's Philippe.
Oh, it's Philippe.
It's Mr. Balawenda, yeah.
Oh,
I've been messing with his name on the
nice.
Discord, so he's now Philippa Beep.
Philippa Beep.
Philippa Beep.
Okay, cool. How you doing, buddy?
Excited.
Oh, don't be excited.
He's
Don't be
buzzing.
excited.
He's
No,
buzzing. You should have heard
yeah.
him. Oh my god, it's Aris! It's Aris! Oh my god! He's been blushing.
Not true, not true. Don't take it easy. We're here to have fun. That's the most important thing. Most important thing here is to have fun. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to do what we're doing.
Oh, just quickly, Aris, before I disappear, make sure you sign up to Hoppa's second server because you got the wrong car earlier.
Okay.
So
Hoppa, pick the right
I
port,
sent you a
please.
link to the new server. It's got a stupid name.
Yeah, I just said about Hoppa, pick the right pork, please. Okay, thanks, bye.
That's the one.
So I need to pick. Give me a moment, guys.
The
Porsche
911
Evo, okay.
GT3R.
Is all right. And I'm signed in. Okay, fantastic. And now we need to go back to Philippa Beep server, which is, where is it?
It should be running.
It should be running, but
yeah, just search for Babs in the browser. You'll see it.
no, my problem is different. The the browser doesn't show me the events for whatever reason.
Oh, it's bugged out sometimes.
Yeah,
Refresh
I need
it.
to go back and
Just hit F5 and it'll spin them. It'll rejuvenate the
okay, here
page.
it is. Okay, found it. So running Mantikor Philippa Beep and copy and paste. And what car are we using here?
I think another Porky. I think.
The pork, yes. So Porsche it is. Nice. Okay. And here we go. Indianapolis. Wow. All right, here we are. So, what are we doing?
So today I would like to talk about mechanical grip, maybe the bump stops a bit because I don't understand them.
Yeah.
And what they do and how to tune them to my liking.
Okay. All right. So, first of all, we're gonna obviously try to give you a couple of advice of what is going on right now with the version that we have with Assetto Corsa, and how we are going to improve that, and then hopefully also make an advice generic enough that can work everywhere.
Okay.
Okay. So, what is going on with the bump stops? Well, first of all, we need to understand what the bump stop is and how it works and why we use them into those cars. Practically, the bump stop is a rubber stop of the suspension. So the suspension keeps on compressing, and at some point, instead of compressing only the spring, it starts together with the spring, so the two stiffness are added one to another. It starts compressing also the bump stop, which is that little rubber, which is more or less big as, mini-me, something like that. And the difference of the bump stop is that the stiffness is not linear, but it is exponential, which means that it starts very, very soft. Okay, and then as the more you compress it, the stiffer it becomes, much stiffer, to the point that it becomes so stiffer that you cannot compress it anymore, or simply the energy of the compression is not enough to compress it anymore. So it makes the suspension extremely stiff. Why we use it? As we said, those cars are extremely aerosensitive, and the farther we go back in time, the more pitch sensitive they are. So as you know, those cars, you go and start braking, and so the car pitches forward, okay, and the whole aerodynamic balance moves forward. It means that you get more downforce at the front and less downforce at the rear. That will make your car unstable during the turning in, okay?
Yes.
The same thing happens when you are accelerating, but obviously opposite. So you accelerate, the car starts squatting at the rear end, and the downforce raises at the rear end and lowers at the front, so the car becomes understeer at the exit, right, when you don't want this to happen. But also gives you traction, so it depends on the situation. So how can we use the bump stop in that situation? Well, we don't want to have as stiff as possible springs, because very, very stiff springs, they will make the car bounce around constantly a lot on curbs, on bumps, undulations of the asphalt, and would also make the car very skittish and hard on the tires, also when we are just, you know, making left to right movements with the car, and so on and so on. So we need the car to be compliant enough with the springs, and when the moment arrives, we want the car also to become stiffer in order to control the pitch of the car and the aerodynamic balance. So that's why we need to go in the bump stop rate. In the bump stop so the suspension touches the bump stop. So I guess this is stuff you already knew about it, okay?
Yeah, more or less.
More or less, okay, fantastic. Now, how much of a bump stop is a good bump stop, and how less of a bump stop is a bad bump stop? Here's where the explanations are going to be divided in two parts. The first part is what is happening right now in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And the unfortunate situation in Assetto Corsa Competizione right now is that we can compress a bump stop pretty much into an infinite amount, okay? Which means that you have a bump stop that it is as big as Mini-Me, and you can still compress it and compress it and compress it, even for an amount of compression that it is bigger than the actual height of Mini-Me, which doesn't make sense. But obviously, being virtual mathematical equations, if you don't do something about it, you can still do it without problems. It's not a physical, object. It's an equation, a mathematical equation, and unfortunately, as it is right now in Assetto Corsa, you can keep on compressing it without problems for infinite amount of compression length, okay? And that is, yes, that is something good for the car behavior, because you can keep on compressing and rising the stiffness of the suspension in a gradual way. Okay. Obviously, at some point it will become very stiff, but it's still on keep on rising the stiffness in a gradual way, which means that you can take advantage of that and make all the suspension staying on the bump stops pretty much all the time or almost all the time, without having issues when you're going over bumps, curbs, undulations, and so on. So, as it is right now, you can use a lot of bump stop, so you can lower the range a lot, so that, as you can see, the red line is very close to the yellow line. The yellow line is the suspension movement, the red line is where the bump stop stays. You can have it very, very close, especially at the rear, and the car will still be compliant and you won't have difficult situations. And that is also happening because the bump stop have their own damping, and it is a little bit too much as well. So both the thing that you can compress it infinitely and the fact that they have also their own damping means that even if you compress the bump stops way too much, they can still take more, and then they won't release all that energy instantly down, so the car will not bounce around. So you can use a lot of bump stop and very small bump stop range. Okay?
Okay.
Now, for the future, what we're trying to do is that when you are compressing the bump stop, okay, and you arrive like 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters, so 20 millimeters of compression, as it happens in reality as well, the bump stop cannot be compressed anymore. It becomes to the terminal stiffness and you cannot compress it anymore. And most importantly, the suspension also, because the bump stop is always at the end of the suspension travel, you see it's always here at the end of the suspension travel, okay? As you can see my mouse right now, it's at the end of the suspension travel. When you compress the bump stop, you also hit the end, and you cannot have any more compressions, which means that the rest of the energy that comes from the sausage, the curb or whatever, it's going to end up to the full body, and it's going to make your car jump. So later on, with a future update, if you can improve on that, you will have to be a little more careful on how much bump stop you are using and how small amount of bump stop range you are using, because you risk to have a very small amount of bump stop range, and you risk to make the suspension and the travel way too much. Okay? So for the future update, you will need to find more compromises into those two values. The other thing that we're going to do is that the bump stop will not be as damped, having a physical dampening as they are right now, so they will release more power, more energy when they are compressed, and that also will make the car bounce on release. Okay, that's fine. I won't go into much detail on that, but I want to explain you, okay, how can we work with the bump stops in order to make the car do whatever we want and maybe gain some stability or instability or rotation or less rotation when we are driving or when we are hitting bumps, for example, or curbs. So one of the things you could do is having different amount of travel between front and rear. It's quite easy to understand, more difficult though to make it work properly. So what helps me understand the situation is I am with a good setup. I am at a point of the circuit where I have to jump over the curbs, and every time I jump over the curbs, the rear end, goes around, and I risk to lose control of the car and spin. So you're starting saying, oh, you know what? I need to have more grip at the rear end. So you start playing here. You might, raise the bump stop range, or you might make the rear ends softer, whatever, to try to find out more traction and more grip, more mechanical grip. Sometimes it works, but often what happens is that you're gonna get maybe too much traction and you're gonna get understeer in other places of the track. It's typical, right? So one of the things that you can think and try to do differently is think the other way around. So instead of trying to fix the traction on that specific situation, you could try to make the front grip worse on that specific situation. So you could, for example, make the front end stiffer. So when you go over that bump, okay, the front end loses so much grip that practically straight out the car and makes the car go over it without issues. So instead, as we said, of trying to find out more grip at the rear, at some point you cannot do much more than that because it makes the car worse everywhere else. You are trying to lose grip at the front okay? And when the car is going to lose grip, you're going to lose more grip at the front in order to not have that over rotation because you have too much grip at the front and no grip at the rear. So when you're going to, lose both ends, it makes sense to lose more grip at the front. As a matter of fact, you might have seen some alien setup that use bump at the rear at 0 and high bump at the front of the dampers. You might have seen that.
Yeah, I have seen that.
This is the result of what they're doing here with the bump stop. So they have very low bump stop range everywhere. Okay, they have the car working perfectly, but every once in a while they might lose some traction on the rear. So what do? You make the rear good in traction, and you make the front end jumping around when there are, undulations and hard curbs and stuff like that. So this is why they ended up with this kind of situation. There's also other reasons, but one of the reasons is this: you make the front end being, jumping around when you are into such hard situations, and the rear end absorbs. So on those very hard curves, you have the rear end absorbing and the front end jumping around, and the whole car stays in line without having the rear end, bouncing around and losing control. So, is that good enough for you? Is it clear for you?
Yeah, I understood pretty much all of it.
Okay. Do you want to talk something more specific about that?
As you said, the bump stop, it compresses pretty much infinitely in game. So,
yeah,
is it non-linear?
It's not non-linear, exactly.
Okay. Because I thought if it compressed infinitely, like you said, it starts soft and then goes.
It starts
stiffer.
extremely. It starts actually at 0. And what you have here, like 1000 Newton or 500 Newton here, for example, is the amount of force that the bump stop has at usually 10 millimeters compression. But as I said, it's not linear. It's an indicative amount of force at 10 millimeters. But at 1 millimeter, it's almost 0 because it's not linear. It's very smooth and then goes up, parabolic. So at 1 you have practically nothing when it compresses at not 1 range. I mean 1 millimeter. It compresses 1 millimeter and it is extremely soft. So the only stiffness you have is from the wheel rate, from the spring. At 2 millimeters is still very soft. At 10 millimeters it starts having this kind of rate, 500 newtons, and then the more it compresses, the more stiff it becomes, the more and more stiff it becomes. The other thing is that because it is self-dampening, it doesn't release that force instantly, and so it doesn't make your car bounce even if you have compressed it for, 40 millimeters or 50 millimeters, which is a lot. So that's what we can get away with this kind of, setup in alien setup. It doesn't mean that there won't be tracks that even after we finally manage to fix it, that there will be, tracks where you will be able to use this kind of setup anyway and have better performance. I'm not saying that this setup is, oh my god, completely unrealistic, but usually you will be first to find some compromise. So you won't be like this, as we are doing on the safe setup, but you will be first to find some compromise somewhere. So to give your suspension like 5 millimeters of movement before going to hit the bump stop. You're gonna need some compromises.
Okay, so what I wanted to do in the beginning was to do some laps at standard aggressive rates. And then compare. And see how it feels when it's stiffer or softer, and the ranges also.
Okay, so you are going to use only the aggressive, but only change the bump stop range.
Pretty much.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, just standard aggressive, nothing, no changes.
Okay, feel free to change, you know, brake bias or stuff like that, because obviously makes sense. For the guys watching, Philippe is a very, very fast driver. So what you're going to see here is, you know, proper good driving.
No pressure, Philip.
Yeah, you know, just
200
world
people
record.
watching.
No pressure. How many laps do you think before he has a Porsche moment?
So while Philippe is driving and heating up the tires, I will answer a question that I see on the chat. I see people, talking about crossplay and stuff like that, and that's something that it's easily be done with other games and so on. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I'm saying that it's not something we can do because our development team and our development work is not simply compatible with that. We are doing stuff on the PC and we are constantly developing stuff, and we are also trying to always improve. We're not just releasing something and let it out for, I don't know, you know, one year and then maybe do a patch. We are releasing something, do hot fixes, and then when we are ready, we will go back to the console version and work on that and see what we can do on that. So you can understand that there is a disparity of where the physics are, where the rest of the code does on the PC version, which is always sooner, with the code on the console version. Because of all of those reasons and other technical reasons as well, and the amount and the number of developers that we have, how big our team is, and also how we're used to do our stuff and work, crossplay is out of the question for us, at least for the time being. Octavian says the bump stop changes will affect the car ground collisions being so rough. No, the bump stop changes, unfortunately, they won't affect the ground collisions. The ground collisions are harsh. We don't have, you know, the possibility to absorb the collision and make something bend, you know, on the other tray. On the other hand, you know, aliens do tend to go extremely low with extremely specific setup to go even lower. Then obviously they bump onto the curbs and complain that the cars bounce a lot. While in real life, obviously, they will be very careful to not make the cars hit pretty much everywhere. So that is something that will always be the case, at least for the near future. Okay, let's see the lap from Philippe. no, Octavian, there is going to be an influence of what the car is going to do, but at some point, if the car is going to touch, it's going to touch in the same way. That's what I mean. Γεια σου Γιώργο, καλησπέρα. Όταν είναι έτοιμο. So Philippe, you are struggling with underestimating the car and bouncing around, right?
Yeah, it feels like it's plowing a bit.
How is the turn in?
It's fine, just the exit is a bit
Okay.
understeering.
Zan, we just explained it before, where we started talking about the Bumpstops, which is pretty much what you're saying. Maybe I haven't understood the question very well, but we're going to talk again right now.
On acceleration it doesn't want to turn as
Yeah.
much.
Hey, thank you, Alex. Take care. Thanks for joining. Thank you, thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. Hey, Philip, do you want to try something different?
Yeah, we could do some fixes.
I mean, if you guys watch what was happening here, Philippe was waiting for the car from the turning. The turning was decent. From the turning to the apex to the almost exit, Philippe had to wait for the car, because if he would be more aggressive, the car would just, go straight. And in the meantime, it was also bouncing around. Philippe, do you want to try something first?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so you were using the aggressive preset, so let me check. Okay, so let's say, that let's do this. Go into full rear wheel rate, so 237.
Okay.
And nothing else. Let's go there.
Also, I fixed the tires because they are a bit
Yes.
high.
Yes. So right now we have very, very stiff rear springs. Now, why we do that? As you saw, every time Philippe was trying to accelerate, the car would squat and it would move the aero balance to the rear. Lots of traction, but also very understeering. So we go into very, very stiff rear springs, which will help, losing some mechanical grip, so the car should be able to rotate, and also will help by keeping the rear right height high during acceleration. So the car will not squat as much, and hopefully by staying high at the rear, the aero balance will stay as it is, and will help with the rotation. Let's see if we improve the rotation, and most importantly, let's see if we have any disadvantages by doing that.
cars loads better already.
It seems to me though that there is a little bit of bounce. How do you feel it at the rear end when you're going over ondulations and curves?
Don't feel much difference.
What? It also seems to be good in rotation, but also a little bit skittish when you go on the accelerator in an aggressive way. There's an
It steps
initial,
out a bit.
yeah, initial step out, and then you just control it without problems. But the initial step out is maybe making you lose, you know, half a tenth or 2,000 of a second, stuff like that. Καληνύχτα Νίκο! Ciao Truccalo! Auguri, auguri! So, look at this, look at what is happening now, guys. So, obviously Philippe is a good driver, so he can, you know, compensate for problems. But even though he has better rotation right now, the fact that the rear end steps out a little bit abruptly at the initial acceleration input, and the fact that the car bounces on some parts of the circuit right now, if you see his steering wheel inputs, they are sometimes tentative or shy. He cannot really go aggressive and make the car do what it do. Sometimes he has to just, you know, be a little bit more careful than he should. And it shows on the lap time. Even though he has better rotation and not he's not dealing with the understeer as much, he's having trouble to make a better lap time as before. I'm pretty sure that if he tries, he's gonna make it, but it takes effort. Every time he tries to get better, car steps out from him and he loses traction and small lap time. Yeah, the 35 was default aggressive setup, right?
No, that was my own setup.
Ah, okay. Go up. Alright, so this is interesting, right? So let's try something if you wish, Philip, and then I'll let you go to the to the bump stop. So before going to the bump stop, I will ask you to do at least 2 laps more. Let's go to the dampers. Okay. Let's raise the front fast bump to something like 8, let's say. Raise the rear slow bump to something like 9 or 10. Okay, 9 maybe. And really raise the rear rebound, slow rebound to 16. And in the fast bump, we will go again to something like 5 or 6. And really raise the rear fast rebound to 12. Okay?
Done.
Okay, and let's do also something, you know, a little bit stupid. Let's go down to the fast rebound at the front at 4.
Yep.
So, what we're doing, why we're doing that? I want to control, if possible, even though we still have some issues here with the dampers, but I want to control as much as possible the very, very stiff rear wheel rate. And at the same time, I want to not control as much the front wheel rate, so that it starts bouncing to the front. Losing some grip to the front and controlling a little better the grip at the rear might give me a more balanced car, incredibly enough. It's now, this is counterintuitive because I'm worsening the grip at the front when it rebounds. Normally you shouldn't do that, but we are exaggerating to see if our logic makes sense. So, Philip, if you want to drive, let's see what happens. We might, you know, completely miss the situation. Let's see if, though, we have some small improvement, not at the lap time, but at least how the car behaves. Hey Tony, take care buddy, thanks for joining. Good night. So guys, I want at least to show you one thing that changed. If you see over the bumps, before you had a double or triple bounce. So you go over a bump and ondulation and you're gonna have something like boing, 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 and then the car will go flat. Now, it's still stiff, so you can see the bounce, but the bounce goes up and then stays, so bonk, and that's it. So that already is different in comparison to the previous setup. Look at that, bump. You see also every time that we have a very bouncy situation, he's losing the front end now and he's ending up with understeer. That is because we did the stuff that made the front end less controllable, so it's losing the front end. It's not something that we want, but you can see the difference. Also, the rear end steps out, but not so much at the initial throttle application. It steps out after the engine has, sorry, has generated some important torque. So he goes into the throttle, it doesn't instantly snaps out, and then it snaps out. So the behavior is different than before.
I also feel I need to change my lines a bit to counter the understeer.
Do you confirm my observations, or do you think there's something different that I missed?
Around this more timid last time. Like it. And it slides a lot less.
Okay. What do you think? Should we change and try something different?
Yeah, it still feels a little bit understeery, but
Yeah,
a lot better than before.
definitely. But what was important here was to make you understand how even just by touching the dampers, we've changed the whole thing and the whole car behavior. We didn't touch the wheel rates, okay, but we touched the dampers, and even in that condition where you might have heard people, oh, the dampers do not work in a Suzuka Center, but you saw how much big difference we made, okay. So it is possible to control the oscillations with the correct damping, and you also need to think about it not only on, oh, I have the rear end, moving around, I have to make changes only on the rear end. It's always a combination of both front and rear. Changing only one axis won't always give you a result. You need to change it in both ways to obtain a different situation. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's go back to the normal aggressive and start using instead bump stop as you wanted. So you said that the front end was okay in turn-in, so I guess that the bump stop and the turn-in work well to control the pitch of the car. We need to deal with the understeer you were feeling when you were trying to accelerate. And I would tell you to load the aggressive preset again, so we don't have to, you know, find out what dampers we have. Okay. And I would tell you, but if you want to do something else, let me know, to go down with the bump stop rate to something like, I don't know, 5, something like this, or 10. I don't know. I'm just going, you know, guessing.
Okay. It's at 5.
Okay, the dampers are a little bit under damping here, but we will leave it like that. We will just go with the bump stop range, because the bump stop have one extra feature. They also self-dampening. Self-dampening means that even though the actual dampers might be you know, too soft, the moment that we are compressing and releasing the bump stop, it dampens the suspension by itself. So that's already a good thing. So let's go with the bump stops and see if you can improve on your lap times, or at least how you feel the car. So now you have the wheel rate that it is as soft as it was before. It's still a little bit too hard, it's still a little bit too stiff, but it is much softer than before that it was full stiffness, okay? But to control the pitch of the car, we are using the bump stops, which start very slowly and very soft and then become harder. That means that if we have made the correct decision on the bump stop range, then for the initial movement of the suspension over the undulations and the curves, we will still have some compliance, so the car will not bounce around as much, and then the bump stop will take care to not let the rear suspension squat as much and make us go into understeer. So let's see what's going to happen. Yes, Jazz, that is correct. And a little bit too much damping right now in the simulation. We should use a little bit less. As you can see, even though we have the dampers very soft and it's under dampened the suspension right now, you can see the car bouncing on the undulations and on the curves. But the bouncing, if you have, you know, a good eye about it, it's softer. There is bouncing, but it is softer. It's not like nervous like before, but it is like it's a little bit smoother and slower. Slower bouncing means that you know, the load variations on the tires are not as hard, and so the tires can keep on the traction and maintain a more predictable grip, even through the bouncing. Dompa and everybody else, if you have racing leagues or you know, training whatever courses or whatever, always feel free to advertise in my channel. The channel is about how to have fun, how to have a good time with our simulators. There is no competition in go to my community or go to another community or do my own leagues or do my own courses. I don't even have courses or whatever. Always, if you have some information, advertise your league in our Discord specific channel. I only ask you to do it in our specific channel or our Discord so we don't have spam everywhere. Always advertise your courses, your setups, whatever you want. Feel free to you know, share the love, always. Spread the love. How is it going, Philippe?
Actually, not much difference. Does rotate better.
Okay, so it rotates better than the original aggressive, but it bounces a little bit more than before that we had the very stiff dampers, right?
Yes, it does.
So we need to find a compromise. This is where you are starting, okay, now that solution works like this, the other solution works like that. We need to find a compromise or, you know, put together the two solutions and make them work. Nice, Adam.
I was thinking lowering the front a bit.
Sorry? Come again?
Lowering the front a bit on the arrow.
Yes, of course. Well, obviously you're now working on the aggressive setup, so, you know, it's never gonna be a full-blown technical setup for a driver that, you know, has a high level and needs certain things from the car. I would advise you can lower the front, as you said. Don't overdo it with the Porsche, because at some point you're going to stall the front end and you're going to have strange different issues when you are releasing the brake pedal. So don't go full down at the minimum. I would always advise for the Porsche to go 1-2 millimeters before the minimum. I would also advise you to raise the dampers stiffness so that you have a more controlled movement of the car. And then you might also be able to play a little bit with the stiffness. That is fine tuning. Play with the stiffness of the front bump stop. So make the front bump stop softer and softer until you can until you feel confident to work with it.
Okay, let's try this.
Okay. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Aaron, this is Indianapolis. No, Adam, you have to start again, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Emanuele, benvenuto nel canale.
Now it rotates a lot nicer.
And I think that you're also having a little bit of mid-turn understeer at some point. So you might want to start maybe fine-tuning some stuff, like you could go 1 click or 2 clicks of softer front bump steer, bump stop, sorry, not bump steer. You see, in this situation, you always have a tiny little bit of understeer. And again, here you will notice it. In the middle of the corner, here it is. You have to wait a little bit. You see, it pushes a little bit. The aggressive setup should probably have also quite a bit of positive toe at the rear, so maybe you want to go closer to 0 before, you know, starting the usual negative toe stuff and so on. Let's keep it for now realistic, as you say. So you might want to go closer to 0, something 0.05, 0 even, something like that. See, that kind of understeer here. I would honestly try with 0.05 toe at the rear, positive, and 2 clicks maybe softer front bump stops.
Maybe a bit with the anti-roll bars, or just leave it as is.
For now, I would leave the anti-roll bars. It's probably too much to try altogether. Maybe you can try the anti-roll bars on the next try. The problem with the anti-roll bars, I would have go instantly to the anti-roll bars as a first try, but anti-roll bars are always tricky when you are dealing with a very bumpy track. Anti-roll bars do not cooperate well with bumpy asphalt and big curves. So in this situation here, I believe the softer the anti-roll bars, the better will be. So if you can get to a balanced setup for your driving style with softer anti-roll bars, I believe it's going to be better instead of stiff anti-roll bar configuration, especially for this track. Speed force, I would first try to understand in what kind of corners the rear wants to step out, and also turn in, exit, when and what corner. Is it a slow corner or is it a fast corner? Slow corner, I would try to check the stiffness of the suspension, maybe the toe and the preload as well. Fast corners, I would check the bump stops, magari at the front, maybe at the front if it's at the turn in, and the ride height, so the aero balance. So, as usual, remind you guys, separate the handle of the car depending on the corners and depending on the moment, the sector of the corner. So, is it a slow corner or is it a fast corner? Is it turning? Is it mid corner or is it exit? That's why the setup bot asks you, you need to make the questions depending on what corner it is and what place in the corner you are having a situation. Rotation seems good. What do you think, Philip?
Yeah, it's even better than before. Still a little bit, but
Yeah. traction also seems doable. Maybe you could use a tiny bit extra traction in some corners. And then again, you could also play with the traction control and everything.
I don't feel like it's like, for me it's fine. So I like a slight setup like.
Okay. Jose says, that's an interesting observation, that the truth is that you're doing pretty much the same lap times with almost all setups. There are differences. At the level of Philippe, you are not going to have differences of 1 second per lap or even half a second per lap. You're going to have differences of some tenths of a second here and there, and most importantly, how confident the driver will be, and that will permit him later on to do practice and improve. Okay, so right now he's just changing stuff, going back in, doing some laps, changing stuff, going back in, doing some stuff. Because he's a very good driver, the lap times are going to be similar. But also because he's a very good driver, the feeling of the balance of the car is going to be very important to him. At some point he will say, you know what, okay, I'm understanding what I'm doing, I'm understanding what the car is doing with the changes I'm doing on the setup, and he will decide on whatever final solution he wants, and he will start pushing. We're also getting close to his best lap until now. See also how much more aggressive he is on changing direction of the car. He can be really aggressive now changing direction. He was much more tentative before that. While he's driving, I want to check something. Okay. You see, the anti-roll bars were already low and soft here.
I feel like I'm losing a lot of time in that left-right, the middle sector.
Yes. Maybe you can try that, which is one of these setup changes that people usually don't do or don't know exactly how to do them. And that is caster. Especially in a car that it is has a short wheelbase, caster can help both in stability in the entry, but then in mid-corner it can help with rotation. Because with caster what you're doing is practically you are lifting the inner rear wheel, and when you are lifting the inner rear wheel, obviously the outside rear wheel is going to push and is going to rotate the car. So the more steering you are using, the more you are lifting the rear inner wheel if you have enough caster. It also does other things to the camber of the front wheels, but that's pretty easy to understand. So it keeps the negative camber on the outside and makes less positive camber on the inside. So that's also a good thing. So maybe by raising the caster on this car, you are going to improve on the mid corner without having other issues anywhere else. Make a big difference. Make it maybe, I think it's like 6 or something here, or 8. Put it at something like 10 or 11. And keep in mind that you might start clipping with the steering wheel because it will become much heavier. But let's see if the balance of the car changes as well.
I did have the caster at 10.8 and
Ah, okay. I thought it was already in. You were in the aggressive setup, so probably you're using a different setup.
I mean, I increased it at the beginning.
Ah, okay, right. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I will let you do a couple of more laps. I'll take a small break for, you know, the usual problems with the bathroom. And I'll be back, see how you're doing, and then maybe move to another guy, except if Philippe has extra questions that he would like to address.
I think I'm good.
Okay, so I'm leaving people watching you as you are maybe practicing a little bit, and I'll be back in a minute, guys. What? Mini-me! Go away! What are you... going. We're back. How you doing, guys? How is it going, Philippe? Better?
I lowered the front ARB to 1,
Okay.
so just 1 click lower.
So, Philippe, if you are good with it and you don't have any extra questions, I would say I would start moving to the next guy, and maybe we can talk again or get back to watch you or let me know in the chat how you're doing. And by all means, if you have any questions that we might have missed, let me know and we'll address it as well.
No problem.
Okay?
Yep.
Alright, cool. So, keep it up. I want to see a 34.
Got it.
Okay, thank you so much for joining. It's been really
Thanks
a
as
pleasure
well.
watching you drive. And I
Thanks for
hope
the tips.
you know it clears a couple of things and can make you even faster. Please no. Okay, guys. I hope you enjoyed watching Philippe driving. And I hope also that we cleared some doubts and questions and make a better idea of what happens when we are going into the bump stops and how the suspension reacts for you as well. Okay, let's go and hop into the next chat. Hello, guys.
It's usually quite quiet. Good evening, Aris.
Hello, how are you doing? Oh my God, Andy, you are tired, man. I'm sorry to doing this to you.
Sorry?
I can hear that you are tired, so I'm so sorry to bring this to you.
I'm absolutely... yeah, I'll refrain from using that language on air because it's a family channel and all that. But it's been a long day, mate. It's been a long day. I think we've got one more after Hoppa, haven't we? I think there's Hoppa and Turbo afterwards, if he's still around.
I think so, yes. And yes, Hoppa, yes.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I'll leave it to you, mate, anyway.
Maybe Aurel, I'm not sure about him.
Sunday, I think, for him.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah, just Turbo afterwards. Yeah, there's a couple that had to cancel. I think Turbo's the last one now, after Hoppa.
Cool. Very nice. Keep it up, mate. You can do it. No, seriously, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for all the patience and organizing.
No, that's all right. I think it was Tim actually messaged me the other day. I didn't even notice it. He's like, I think the next day he messaged me and said, "Oh, I'll take that as a no." Then I thought, "What are you on about?" And checked my DMs, and it's just. I just can't even see him on the list. He's been knocked off the bottom of the chart. You know,
oh my God.
For every hour I think we're streaming for, there's probably 5 hours of chatting with these guys. So I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So if you're there, Tim, sorry, mate. I've missed your message, but it's been a busy few days. So anyway, I'll leave you with Aris. Anyway, get on with the star.
All right. Thanks again.
Go for it.
Hoppa, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fine. Very, very glad to meet you and have you here participating. So,
thank you.
what are we doing? Porsche Evo 2, I believe, right?
Yes.
And let's go in at the Nurburgring. Nice. Okay. Give me a second so I can join the server. Maybe. Yes. Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, struggling a bit with the last seconds.
Okay.
More or less like, I don't know, 3-4 seconds.
Okay.
Of pace. And yeah, maybe you can check.
Absolutely. Be my pleasure. Okay, so
probably something similar to the other guys, but yeah.
Oh, you never know. Everyone is different and dedicated. I also enjoy a lot trying to find out what is the next step. I enjoy doing it on myself, and I also enjoy doing it and finding out how and what is the next step for you guys to get better. So let's do it.
So I just drive?
Yeah, go on. pick your setup, whatever, and let's have a look. You can see already we're gonna have fun here. Hoppa is very fast and very good at driving. It's gonna be difficult to find out how to improve. ADM, have a look how he releases the brakes. This is where you understand how he managed to brake so late. Also, keep in mind, the Porsche has very good and very short braking distances. And of course, multiplayer lag, which is not much, but there is also 1 meter or 2 difference. You'll see now. Hello, Alice. One more lap. Ehi Alice, grazie mille, lo apprezzo molto, grazie. Un piacere. Okay, so boy oh boy, that's not gonna be easy, but I have a couple of ideas. First of all, I've noticed that you are upshifting to 5th gear here at the straight line before hitting the brakes. I don't know if you do this consistently or if it's just, you know, the moment of tonight, but I will say this: upshifting is 50 milliseconds of no forward push, and you are practically upshifting. Let's go and have a look. I don't know if you can see me. Of your replay. Oops. So every time here, see, you are upshifting 6th and then instantly 5th. You saw that?
No.
Sorry?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, and then you do the same thing, I believe, here again. Next lap, 6th and then 5th. So this is 50 milliseconds where you're not pushing forward anymore, and I don't think that the Porsche doesn't have the power to keep on pushing forward if you stay in 5th gear. So personally, I would have stayed in 5th gear here. Very, very small detail, but you know, every little thing helps. So at that place, it's a very easy thing to keep in mind that, okay, 5th gear, I won't shift up, I will just stay in 5th and start braking in 5th gear instead of 6th gear. So I would do that. The other thing I'm noticing, those two things go together. You have a lot of rotation of the car and you can control this very, very nicely. But because you have so much rotation, it doesn't make you precise every single time. I often see the same turns taken with a little bit of a different style or a little bit of a different line every single time. So every lap you did, Let's have a look here, for example. Actually, no. Last corner. Last corner even more evident. So last corner. Rotation, you see? And you do this kind of line. Okay. Next lap. Last corner again.
Also not quite sure what
Yeah.
is the best line in that
See?
corner.
A little bit wide and go in sooner. Next lap. Too much rotation, oversteer, not go in again. Now, if that happens to a guy that doesn't know how to drive, I would say, okay, you lost a little bit of control, happens, you know, but you are a very good driver. So that oversteer there, in my opinion, it's not, it just happened. There is a reason behind it, and I will explain in a minute. Last corner again. Different line, more understeer this time. So, in my very humble opinion, because again I repeat, you are a very good driver, because you can control so much rotation, you are probably going a bit too much. Because you see, okay, yes, I can control it, and I want the car to steer and all of that. But in my opinion, I believe that if you force yourself to have a tiny little bit less rotation than what you have in your setup, so just a small hint of less rotation, I won't even call it understeer, I will call it just less rotation, especially in the middle of the corner, it will give you more consistency and more traction to push the car farther. Because you have so much rotation, every single time you approach some of the difficult turns, the car, because you are so much on the edge, it will do a slight different thing than the last lap. And so you have to drive a lot by feeling and by instinct instead of by technique, let's say. Okay? And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. There is another turn when I noticed that you're driving more by feeling instead of technique, and that then took me to this situation over here. So, where is this turn? The turn is T2. This is it.
Yeah, that's also.
So in T2, I will also open the HUD here. In T2, you're not, okay, this is first lap, cold tires, you missed the apex. Okay, but on the all the other laps, you could easily hit the apex, but the line you were taking for T2, and most importantly, the moment of acceleration was always a bit of tentative. Should I do it now? Should I do it later? Which for a driver of your level, it's a little bit of an alarm. It's a little bit of, hey, wait a minute. You are so good. Why you're doing this so tentative every single lap? Look at that. Acceleration, wait, acceleration again, wait, acceleration again. Did you saw that? And then you ended up wide. Next lap. Next lap. Acceleration. Acceleration. Not again, you know, tentative. Acceleration back. Good exit, but slow. You could have brought more speed sooner, because in the end, as you saw, you had to just guide and drive your car outside. If you had more speed, the car would have slid outside to the limit. But right now you had so much grip that you ended up, let me show you what I mean. So you ended up, so you go in, tentative of the acceleration, you up and down, and then you now have so much grip that you are finding yourself in the middle of the road, and there is no sense anymore. So what you're doing is, obviously, you are unwinding the steering wheel to go outside, but you're not going outside because you don't have any more, limit. You are already under the limit. Look at that. You're just driving the car outside. Next turn. Next lap, sorry.
But this is, I find it really hard to judge because you have no like reference points.
Aha.
And it's always a little bit different depending on the first turn, where you end up in the road.
I absolutely agree with you, and that would have been my third point of little details where you can improve. So again here, tentative. What should I do? Okay, let's go. This is better, more speed, so you have to slide outside, you see? Okay, so those are my three details. One is, okay, just keep on the limiter, keep on the fifth gear before upshifting. Then we have some very, very slight details on the downshift and one turn more. We will see that later, but you know, the most important things I would say to you is, first, make the car slightly bit more stable, but just a hint. I mean, I don't know, one click less. If you're using, probably you're using negative toe at the rear, one click less, or one click more positive toe, or one click softer rear bump stop, or one click harder front. I mean, really fine tuning here. Okay, it could even be one click less negative camber at the front, so to say. Okay, something very, very slight to make the car slightly less rotation. The fact that you can control it doesn't mean that it also makes you always faster. Might make you faster one time on one single amazing top lap, but not consistently. There are many times where you're driving on the e-stick and trying to control the car to not go over rotation too much. So that is one. The second thing is you need to work more to find more reference points also for the acceleration, not only for the braking. So for example here, okay, at the T2, one of the good reference points I find myself is this banner here. This banner here. Depending on your car, okay, it might be go slowly on the accelerator when this banner appears from the front. I don't know if you can see my stream now and my mouse.
Yep, okay, I can see it.
Okay, it might be when the banner appears from the front pillar, or when or full throttle, for example, where the bar closes here to the main wiper of the Porsche. So
I usually go for the crane.
The crane is also very good, but
a bit late.
You need to find more reference points here, for example. So you need to be able to say, okay, where should I be at the entrance? Sometimes you are in the middle, sometimes you are too wide. This one is, for example, this small patch is an interesting reference point you can get. The Pirelli is, and the flags here are an interesting point where to turn in. I don't have the correct answer for you, because it's not a very simple turn, and the Porsche is a car that is also very particular. But if you find that you cannot be consistent into the line of a turn, then try some laps without trying to get faster, but just, okay, let me find extra reference point. What can I look at to be certain when to go to the acceleration, when to, go to the turn-in, even when to go in coasting, and when to start accelerating again. So if there is a turn that it is very difficult, then you need to waste 10 laps, because at your level 10 laps it's all you need at the end. You need to waste 10 laps and see, okay, what are extra reference points I can get that is not just where to brake and where to start accelerating fully. Some extra intermediate reference points. Okay? So those two things, my advice. Last thing, again, details, and might not be a correct advice for the Porsche, because the Porsche has a very short wheelbase and reacts differently on that turn. But my last advice would be that you could probably cut more here, go over the curb more with the inner wheels, releasing completely the brake even sooner. I mean,
Yeah.
right here is good, but even sure. But I think you can bring more speed by cutting more and being more on the coast into that turn. I might be wrong though. You see, here you are just touching the curb. I believe you can be a little bit more to the inside and bring more speed. I repeat, in a very humble way. I might be wrong because the Porsche has a much shorter wheelbase and it tends to over-rotate, to bounce around, etc. into this turn. So you might want to try, but it might not be the correct solution. Maybe a very fast driver could tell you what's going on here, or you might have a look at the very fast lap times on YouTube and see what they're doing. But my advice would be maybe 20 centimeters more inside, something like that, like a tire width more inside.
Okay.
I don't know if you would like to give it a try and see what you can do.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Tim. Hey, Philip. Ah, that's good news. That's good news. The most important part is that, Philip, that you understood what is happening. So we wasted time practically to make things that we know they wouldn't make you faster, but possibly you have a better understanding what is happening, which means that now you can go to your custom setup and maybe improve or find a compromise between the two of them. Hello, Laurie. Yes, we are always doing live. Willie, no, I don't suggest cockpit camera that's on the steering wheel. I would suggest either the dashboard camera or the cockpit camera with the steering wheel fixed. But I always use the cockpit camera with the steering wheel in movement, because in that way you guys can see what we're doing, how I am driving when I'm driving, or how the other guys are driving when we're watching them, and understand what is going on.
And what camera are you using when you're driving?
I usually use the cockpit camera with the steering wheel movement, because I want to show people what I'm doing with the steering wheel. But if I could, right now I'm used to it, okay, but if I could, you know, choose freely the camera, I would use either the dashboard camera, the dash cam, which is a little bit closer to the cockpit, or the camera that I use, but without the steering wheel movement, because obviously it's a little bit of a distraction. By the way, guys, keep in mind that Hoppa is now driving also with very hot weather. We're having 38 degrees asphalt, so try to cut a little bit more here. Let's see what happens. Wasn't bad in the exit. I believe you can be less careful. You were a little bit careful there, and go even faster in with the same cut you did, but with a line that closes in sooner. Like you do here, for example. This is really good. You're really doing it. You're nailing the chicane. Did you change the rotation of the setup?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I can see that it doesn't overtaste. Maybe you went a little bit too much, so something in the middle.
Okay.
Aha, sixth gear again.
Sixth gear. Okay, I'll change the setup real quick.
Okay, just, you know, somewhere in the middle of what you have now and what you have before.
It was 2 clicks, so that's easy.
Haha, nice. Isn't it amazing though that with 2 clicks you already had a different behavior of the car, and it was also visible that it wasn't rotating as much as before. I really love this stuff. Oh, that was good though, even with cold tires. Lauri, no, unfortunately I don't do other simulators because I'm a developer for Kuno Simulazioni. We develop Assetto Corsa Competizione, so I cannot honestly do that. But I try to maintain my advices always very, very realistic as possible, which means that the advices, even for the setup, will usually translate to most best good simulators out there and real life as well. Nice, nice. If you go a little bit harder on the accelerator at the middle of the curve there, it will also rotate the car and you won't end up as wide as you ended. Yeah, the chicane is frighteningly good every time. So fast. Right, 5th gear, remember. You can get the inner wheels inside the curve there, the blocks. That will help you rotate the car in there, so you need to get closer to the T3. Luckily you put the curve in the middle of the car almost.
Oops.
Oops. It's difficult to change habits. As you can see, guys, even for top class drivers, it's always very difficult to change habits. It takes time, takes effort, and takes mental struggle practically. So that you gain a lot in Delta, even though the car was more understeery than before.
Yep.
Because you have traction. Go inside, inside. More inside. because even though you missed the apex and you had to slow down, going inside in the end, and even though you didn't go as much inside, your delta even went down. So there is limit to find into T3. In fact, it was so nice that you ended up wide on the next one because you arrived so fast. That's very important thing, guys. If you make a turn faster, it doesn't just make you gain time on that turn, but it also changes what is going to happen to the next one. So it's easy to go faster in one turn and then lose all that time to the next one because it catches you, you know, by surprise because you arrived faster. Go inside. Curb in the middle. That's it, that's it, that's it. Again, next turn was problematic. I believe you can release the brakes more here and go into coast and be faster. Because I saw that you were pinching just a slightly bit the brakes there. Managed to do practically the same lap time again, even though you had done some errors here and there. Remember to try to release the brakes after the 13, after the first apex. Way too fast. Rotation, too much rotation. don't try to over push it. Don't, you know, look at the delta and get excited. Just do whatever you know how to do. Stay focused. Try staying in 4th gear here instead of going up to 5th.
Okay.
Yeah, the car can do it. So after the apex, release the brakes completely, not, you know, at the first apex. It turns, it turns. You can work with that. You even had a better exit. Delta is going down. That was very fast here, you saw? I believe if you put a lap together, you're gonna go down to 55 lows or even hit a 54. So practically you were 6/10 of a second slower and you ended up with 2/10 of a second. So after some laps, you are consuming the rear tires and the car becomes more oversteering. And you are also, it seems to me that now you are a little bit too aggressive in changing directions initially. Not sure if you are just tired or you're pushing too much, or a little bit more smoothness in the initial turn-in. It will help you a lot. And possibly new tires. So going slowly, how the delta went down, going slowly in quads, of course. That fast left-hand corner, you could go inside the turn sooner, and the camber of the rod will keep you in, as you're doing here. So you go a little bit sooner You don't wait straight and then go in. You see, you are arriving a little bit in delay now. So you're turning in a little bit too late and a little bit too harsh. So I'm not sure if you're a little bit tired now, or maybe the rear tires are consumed and doesn't give you the confidence to go into the turns faster.
Both.
Or both, yeah. That also gives you an idea that this setup, with this kind of driving on a race, it's going to give you problems after, you know, the first third of the race, the stint. Okay, remember, try to go in a little bit sooner here.
First or second one?
This one, this one.
Awesome.
You see, it has a lot of camber, so if you go a little bit sooner, it's more stable, but the camber will keep you in. It's exactly as you do on that corner here. That you see, you go in sooner here. How much preload are you using?
I don't know. Was just a random setup I found. Um, 200.
Oof. Right, so okay, let's do this. Let's try this. Okay. Go down to 70. 70. Okay. And it's gonna be tricky at the turn in. Go back to one click stiffer bump stop. I believe you went down. No, what did you did? You did no. You make stiffer the front bump stop, right? Before. What did you do? One click.
It's toe, I think.
Ah, okay. So, so you went down to 8 to 70. Okay, try. Try this. One click down, rear right head. Maybe I'm doing too much, but we will try this and see.
One click less at the rear.
One click less right head at the rear.
Okay.
Okay. Go for a lap. Let's see how it moves directly out of the pits. Because I believe that kind of preload gives you a little bit too snap reactions, and Of course, it moves the car forward, but honestly, 200, it's not that you're gonna lose that much in acceleration in comparison to a 70. But I believe you will be able to go into the acceleration much harder now. We'll see. I'm not so sure we're doing the right thing, but it doesn't seem dangerous in turn in, right?
Nope.
Okay, let's see. You will be able to stay on the accelerator harder over curves, so try that. Also here that you're going to cut, I believe you will be able to accelerate harder. What do you think for now? Is it strange or too understeery, or is it okay?
It's a bit softer, but it's alright.
Wait. Ooh, I see.
Oh.
Right on the edge. lap time almost with errors. What do you think?
It's a little less snappy. Yeah, but
I
it's
think you
fine.
are fighting less with the car now.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit too understeery for you on some occasions, or it might be that you are trying a little bit too hard now. But I think it would be nice to, to try and see if you can push it to the limit with a good lap. Because there is margin here to do a good lap without errors and gain a lot of tenths of a second, I believe. For sure, with this lower differential, you haven't lost in acceleration, which is good.
At least somewhat consistent.
Up, the closer the differential, and obviously the more both wheels left and right are pushing, and so you get better acceleration if grip is enough. The lower the number of the preload, so more open the differential and more different duration will be between left and right depending on the corner, and obviously you will lose some forward But in this case, 200 was way too high value. It was making the car snappy under acceleration, and he was fighting a little bit with the rear all the time. So 70 is close enough to give traction. It's not like something like 30 or 40, but it helps him remain on the accelerator harder for more time, even in situations where the car jumps around, like in this chicane, for example. Hoppa, I think that if you nail the lap and be a little more concentrated, you will improve a lot. But I also think that you are struggling a little bit with the rotation. You seem to be able to handle a more oversteering car and be more confident, incredibly enough. So maybe going back again with one more click rear right height might help you. So I would try that, see what happens. Maybe you can go up one click and then have a little bit less negative toe at the rear. Find a compromise between the two.
Okay.
I would say, I don't know if this is your best lap time or if you're close to your best lap time like that, but from what I see, maybe you're a little bit tired, but if you get a lap all together without making mistakes here and there, 55 flat is very, very doable in the way you're driving, even with these temperature conditions. You might be able to see a 54, but you need, to practice, and most importantly, you need to practice on the consistency on hitting the turns in the same way every single time. Because unfortunately, as you saw also yourself, you do some turns and you gain like 3-4 tenths of a second to the first part of the lap, and then you're losing it all in the second part of the lap. Or the contrary, you gain like you lose like 6 tenths of a second on the first part of the lap, and then you gain it back, almost all of it, at the second part of the lap. And it's not consistently that you're losing the same amount of time on a couple of turns and you gain it on other turns. It's random in different turns on every different lap. So if you see your replays, and not just one replay but all your laps, you will see that you are doing mistakes in different parts of the circuit every single time.
Every corner.
Yeah, so, and you're also gaining time in different parts in different corners every single time. That means you need to work a little bit on your consistency and be more precise on when you're braking, when you're turning in, and so on, instead of trying to push every single lap to the utmost limit. I know that you're saying that you're close to, make the next step, but you won't be able to make the next step if you are pushing like crazy on every single lap. Remember what we were saying last time. As much automatic movements you're creating and automatic muscle memory you're creating for your brain with practice, the more your brain will be free to look out the details, which is where you're going to find lap time. Right now it seems that you're pushing so much that you're not using your muscle memory that much. You're using your intuition of where the grip is and a lot of amazing car control, but the movement and the lines you're doing are not out of automatic muscle memory. So you need to work on the consistency, and then if you do that, you will see that the time to make the better lap time will arrive almost automatically without that much effort. You're now putting too much effort on the limit than on the consistency.
No. Yeah, it's true. Consistency is.
Consistency is not only that makes you win races and everything, but it also, and that's something that most of us underestimate. Consistency frees up your brain. At your level, lap times are found in the small details. If your brain is so much occupied finding the limit and pushing so hard, it won't find out the details. Consistency is what will free your brain, on doing the fast laps automatically, to then focus on the small details and make the next step to the next level to be even faster. That's
Yep.
my advice, that's my opinion on that. As I told you, it's difficult on your level because you are a really good driver, but you have to find the consistency for finding even those small details that you were shifting up in 6th gear or in 5th gear on two parts of the circuit only for some milliseconds and then down. This is an indication that your brain cannot focus on the details and it just tries to go as fast as possible. Oh, I arrived on the limit, let's go up one gear up and then brake instantly. That's not taking care of details. That's I have to push more, even where you shouldn't.
Well, the fifth gear was because I saw Tortellini do it, I copied it. So yeah.
Well, you need to also understand something. Well, first of all, everybody can do mistakes, even Tortellini. Second of all, what speed and at what revs Tortellini is arriving on those corners. If Tortellini exits from the last corners 2 or 3 kilometers faster than you, then it might make sense for him to go up 1 gear because he's already at the limit of the engine and the engine can't do anything else. But on your position, the engine still had some revs to play with.
How do you know if you have still power or if it's?
Well, this is something you can see, and in your position, maybe you should start seeing on the telemetry. So you can do 1 lap in one way and 1 lap in the other way, and combine the two on the telemetry and see if you're gaining more speed or not. Okay. Or if you are not capable of going to the telemetries to you are a lazy dev like me or whatever, and you don't want to do it on the telemetry, you can also have a look at what is happening in slow motion in the replay with your speed. So if you manage to do the same exit, and you can also make some reference points to see what speeds you have at, I don't know, the start-stop line of the straight, or at the exit of the pits, what speeds do you have? If the speeds are the same in 2 laps, and you arrive in 1 lap before the braking zone and you shift up in 6th gear, and on another lap you're just going in 5th gear, you are going to see some small differences right at the point of the braking. That's what is going to give you an indication. Or, easier enough, is it easy for you to downshift 4 times or 5 times? That also makes, for example, on the other straight where you're going from 4th to 5th gear and then down to 3rd, to go down to 3rd you have to downshift 2 times. To go down from 5th gear, to go down to 3rd from 4th gear, you have to downshift just one time. Might be easier for you to maintain a perfect racing line. That also makes sense and it's important.
Yeah, can I use the time in fifth
Yeah.
to know when to turn and
Yeah.
downshift in? But yeah, it's,
You have to, you have to experiment again. What we said, if you're trying the same thing over and over again, and the same exact thing over and over again, you can't expect also different results. At some point, you also need to experiment with something different, especially as you are arriving close to your limit. That is all I have to say to you. I mean, congrats, amazing driving, but that's how I see it. I hope you will. I am pretty sure you can do 55 flat as you are right now, and even faster than that. And I hope that you will let us know if you manage to do it. If that's okay with you and you don't have any other questions, I will go and check our last sim racer for tonight.
yeah, okay.
But
fine.
if you have questions, by all means, let me know.
Just small ones. A technical one. Do you think it makes it, or does it make a difference if you have the dampening on the wheelbase set to 0, for example, and in-game to like 15, or the other way around?
Well, if you have the dampening on the wheel at 0, then if you move the damper inside the game, it won't change anything. You need to have damping from the driver in order to feel it in game. So my advice is you put the damper to 100, let's say, and then you go in game and you start modifying the slider in game to find out. It's easier for you to find out where you want. Or if you have a wheel like the Fanatics, where you can do everything on the fly, an easy thing to do is you put a certain value in game, like let's say 20 or 15, whatever, and then you start modifying the dampening on the fly as you drive on the steering wheel, and you will easily find the difference like that. But if you put in 0 on the wheel, then whatever you do inside the game, it won't have any effect.
Okay.
So the game doesn't bypass the driver. The game multiplies the value of the driver. So if the driver obviously 0, multiplied by whatever number gives still 0.
Okay. Yeah, because I think it felt like it was still dampening. Yeah, but maybe I didn't notice.
If you have the Fanatec, there is not only the dampening, but you have also other values of dampening. You have the natural dampening, you have the what's the name of the other one? Let me see. So you have natural dampener, you have natural friction, and you have natural inertia. So you have 3 of them. I think
Those are off.
you need to put the natural damper is the normal damper on the driver. The other 2, even if you have 0 on the game, so natural friction and natural inertia, even if you have 0 on the game, they will add some dampening on the steering wheel because they work over whatever the game is doing.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you have some extra on those 2 values, you will feel damping even if at the game you have 0. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Try a bit.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much.
And let us know how you're doing. We want to see the 54.
I'll try.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks again, Hoppa. It's been really a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay, guys. Let's go. I think we have our last driver for tonight. So let's go here.
If maybe that'll...
Yeah, you'll see.
Hello,
I mean, Aris will be able to help you. Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. He'll be able to help you.
Aha!
Hey,
anyway.
here I am.
There you are, Aris.
Sorry for making you wait so late.
No worries.
But
No worries.
here we are.
Absolutely. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. How are you doing?
I'm very, very good. I'm starting to get tired as well, but it's still fine.
Fantastic. Let me check where your server is. Here it is. Okay. So where are we? Okay, and what car we have to choose?
You got Porsche at Silverstone for this one.
Porsche Silverstone. All right. I'm disconnected, so I have to wait a little bit for the lobby to come back again. Okay, so turbo.
Yes.
Nice. What are we talking about?
Well, so we're gonna be driving Silverstone in the Porsche. Why did I choose these two? Well, the Porsche because I mainly drive the Porsche, basically only the Porsche. I somehow ended up in that car and I never got out of it.
Great choice.
It's a fun car. I like it.
Yeah.
And then Silverstone, why? Because I feel like I do make some mistakes. I'm not totally unhappy with my driving. I'm not an alien. I don't expect to be an alien. I don't have enough time to drive either to become really competitive. But I feel like I'm making some key mistakes. And I feel like Silverstone is a track that amplifies all of them. Because this is a track I never can get competitive on whenever I do some endurance or shorter sprint or whatever.
Okay. All right. Sorry, water pause.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so great. So let's see a little bit of how you're driving,
Okay.
and then start, analyzing and see what we can improve, and obviously ask whatever you want specifically. See what we can do it. In the meantime, let me thank also Georg Pers. It says that he watched the previous part 1 and he gained already 0.5 seconds. That's very nice.
That's nice. I'm quickly gonna lower the volume because it's hard to understand you above the game.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Charlie, definitely the Porsche is one of the hardest cars to keep on the limit, and certainly in a circuit like Silverstone, it is fast, but it takes also a lot of effort. So for sure, not an easy task. Philip just said that he has good news. He improved his personal best by 0.002 seconds. We are very happy to make you faster. Hello, Dennis. Once again, we have to do with a very fast driver here. Hello, Carsten. Also notice, guys, how he's very good at trying to find the grip with the steering wheel. The small movements is exactly what you need to find out where the grip is at the front and also rotate the rear. You see those very slight movements. It's very
Quite
good.
funny you talk about it, by the way, because I never used to do it.
So it's something new that you're doing?
Yeah, since yesterday you pointed it out to Tortellini.
And did you feel the difference?
Somewhat. I'm still looking for what I'm exactly searching with the steering wheel, but
I understand.
it does also kind of help with once the car starts slightly understeering, it helps with getting it back.
Yes, that is exactly where it helps you. And then after a while you're starting understanding, okay, this is what it does, you can also use it proactively to rotate the car when you know that it is going to understeer. Raffaele, grazie mille per il support. Thank you for your support, buddy. Thank you, Raffaele. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate it.
Keep missing that corner.
Yeah, don't worry, it's clear that it's just an error on the judgment of the line.
But it is actually quite an important error in the sense that it's something I experience really often.
Okay.
Especially Silverstone, I am wildly inconsistent on this track.
I have an idea what is happening, so let's have a look. Two minutes, Carsten, is a good starting point for going, very fast. So it's a good lap time to start with. Can you give me one more lap, please?
Yeah. Tires are cooking with these temperatures.
Yeah. Hardly you always need to balance out both of them, because otherwise if one doing much more than the other, then obviously you're going to have issues. Willow Mini Motorsport. Sorry I butchered the name for sure, but thank you so much for the support, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so Turbo.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see if we can make you slower.
Nice.
So let's see if you can make it slower. Because why I'm saying that, my idea of you is that you have extremely fast reflexes and very fast-paced brain, practically. And the way you are going through the pedals, for example, is very aggressive. Not in terms, so aggressive is not exactly the correct word here, because you're not aggressive going very fast and angry on the pedal, but you are very fast on changing from the one pedal to the other, and you are going into the acceleration, for example, immediately when you see the opportunity to go. It's like, I'm thinking like, well, he should accelerate here, and you're already accelerating, you know. And it is correct, because you're not going wide, you're not going into oversteer, it's just perfect, lap after lap after lap. There are small errors here and there when you're doing so, but you are correcting everything with the correct amount of steering inputs, and everything comes out very nicely. And it shows also on the lap times. But I think that if you could become a little bit smoother on some occasions, maybe you could bring more speed into the turns, because every time you accelerate like crazy and the line is perfect and your steering inputs are perfect, you don't having practically, most of the turns you don't have understeer or oversteer, you're just exiting with a very controlled slide, and yet the delta remains the same, nothing changes. You braking very, you know, at the very last moment, delta remains the same. So you have hit practically a wall where you are getting everything you can out of the acceleration and the braking of the car, but you're not getting better. So
Okay.
I think that if we manage to bring a little bit more extra speed inside the corner, this is where you're going to gain. And we are going, as the last couple of players that tried here at the Silverstone, we will try to do that on the 2 hairpins after those turns here. So the 2 very slow hairpins. I would like to see you releasing the brakes and not going into the accelerator instantly, but just release the brakes before the apex, go through the apex coasting. For example, here you are putting first gear to aim rotation, to aid rotation. I want you to get in second gear and in coast. So you brake here, you go down in second, you release now the brakes and go on the acceleration of the apex. Here you have to go in the first gear, but you are pushing the braking way too hard, and then you go very hard on the accelerator. So let's see if we can gain a little bit of coasting. Same place of acceleration, but releasing the brakes sooner.
Okay, let's go.
So let's try this. Mirko says that he saw that he, when changing the driving visual, also changing the way to drive. Well, obviously it depends how used you are, cioè dipende quanto sei abituato alle varie, cioè quanto sei anche flessibile a cambiare, ma è chiaro che una diversa visuale ti dà anche una diversa visibilità sulla pista e una diversa visibilità di dove stai con la macchina sulla pista e anche una diversa sensazione di velocità. Tutte queste cose qui insieme ti possono aiutare o peggiorare la situazione. Andrea, hi. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, W Motorsport. Okay, on this corner you have an interesting line. I'm not so sure it is perfect. Maybe you can stay a tiny bit wider before entry, but maybe it's good. You see also that small blip of the accelerator. It isn't really necessary.
Okay, interesting. I didn't even notice I did that.
Yeah, you do it only every once in a while. Oops. Release. Okay, the line was not good. Release. The line's good. Go, 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 go. You see that you waited a little bit of the car, but the car was there ready.
Yeah.
This time. So now
Yeah, I kind of felt it.
yeah, so we need to work on the line properly and the release. Because obviously the line you were doing before, it was perfect. But now that you're changing the pedal inputs, the line changes and you're not ready yet.
Yeah, indeed, indeed.
Also here,
Also, I notice with myself that I'm often using the pedals to correct the line.
yeah, yes, obviously. Don't do it here. You see, you stopped yourself from going into the accelerator to correct the line, and you drove the car with the steering wheel instead of with the pedals.
Oh, that was not good.
Ah, it's okay.
I don't think that was what you meant with staying wider.
No, stay wider here on this turn.
Ah.
Yeah, this one. Just a little bit wider and then go in. Yeah, you ended up way too wide. It's okay. I mean, I'm asking things that we used to do. Let's focus just on the 2 turns, and the rest of it we'll see later. See that you had to go to the accelerator to correct the line.
And I'm like doing it again. I'm
Yeah.
just doing it again.
So
It's full automatic.
next time, let's try to do that with the steering wheel instead of the accelerator. Because if you open the steering wheel just a little bit, you could go the accelerator even sooner and having more speed.
You know, I kind of taught myself that to go on the accelerator the whole time when you're not on the brakes,
Yeah.
because I felt that it kind of stabilized the rear. But
Yes.
since I got better, my steering inputs probably got better, and maybe I don't need it as much
Yeah.
as I think.
Exactly. That's the problem, that we always go the accelerator to stabilize, and it is correct as a technique, but then we become slaves to it, and we don't understand that we are unbalancing the car to go into understeer when you don't need it really. See, bump.
Yeah, horrible.
That was better. But you went too shy on the accelerator.
Too shy.
Yeah, on the first,
Okay. Yeah.
you were too shy because
Okay.
you were watching the. You know what is happening right now? You are understanding that the car rotates without your help. Okay, and because it rotates so much, like now, you are going too shy on the accelerator because obviously you are afraid you're gonna have power oversteer.
Yep,
So
exactly.
maybe we could see if we make the setup with a little bit more traction. Keep in mind that you also have worn tires by now.
Yeah. The
And,
lap rear is red.
yeah, and see what happens.
Yeah, we could. It's actually a custom setup because I'm the type of person that is an ex Formula SAE student. So I kind of like having numbers in front of me.
Huh?
So that's why I'm actually enjoying making setups so much. I'm actually making new setups
that's the
more
best.
often than I'm actually driving.
That's the best thing in sim racing. You can change all the setups and feel what is happening.
Yeah, indeed. So, what do you suggest we change?
So I wouldn't change the right head because the problems you are dealing with right now are not in the fast corners, are more in the slow corners.
Mm-hmm.
So what we could do?
Maybe I can check if I can stream over Discord.
Yeah, you could do that.
I don't know if it's gonna be visible because it's triple screen.
And maybe you could maybe lower one click the rear anti-roll bar. Let me see.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, I'm watching the stream. Let me also put this here. Where are we? Sorry.
The rear anti-roll bar is on 5 now. I can go 1 down to 4.
5. Okay, yes, I think we can do 4.
Yeah.
It could be interesting because the Silverstone is a bit bumpy, and 5 it will give you rotation, but it will also make the car bounce around a lot. So
Yeah. Actually, the reason I went to 5 is because I never had, I never had the feeling to have enough front end grip, and I'm already
Yes.
like at max splitter, lowest possible
Yeah.
ride height, and the rake is already quite big. So I went with like stiffer rear anti-roll bars to have a bit
Yeah.
more front bite. But we can, since I'm gonna drive differently, we can change it.
But what is happening, I believe, that maybe you went too far, and that's why you need to go on the accelerator to stabilize the car, and you feel that need all the time.
Yeah, possible.
So that could be an idea. I would do something slightly different. I would do something like 2 and 3 front and rear anti-roll bars,
Okay.
but I would go softer with the front wheel rate.
Yeah. Two
So
clicks.
one click
each?
maybe to start,
Okay.
and then see what's going on.
Yeah. You want me to put up the bump stop or not? Because it's quite low at this point.
Let's leave it as it is. Let's not change
Okay.
everything. Let's leave it as it is and see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, let me move this thing here. Okay.
We'll have to wait for the tires to warm, but already I don't feel more understeer. So that's
Yeah,
here
I think
maybe a bit.
That's a good thing. I mean, I can see that the rotation is still there, which means that okay, we are going into the correct direction. Let's see what happens on the slow corners as well.
Here I can feel more understeer.
Okay. Harder on the accelerator on the exit over there. And here as well. Go, 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 go. You see? He didn't step out.
No, indeed.
See again? No step out.
It does feel quite solid like that. Here I did it wrong, but
But keeps going forward. So we need to see, is it okay on the fast corners, or do we have to do some, compromise? Here it will be a good indication.
ooh, no, there's no rotation here.
A little bit of understeer.
Yeah. There's a bit too much understeer here, but maybe that's fixable with a line as well.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, now I'm just driving clumsy, but
Okay, remember, more aggressive on the accelerator here. So, when you're exiting that very fast corner, okay, and you're
Yeah.
trying to position the car for the braking of the first hairpin, don't abuse the car and the line. It doesn't matter to position the car completely straight, and so you have to abuse it to bring it as left as possible.
Okay.
Depending on where you exit, it's easier to just get an oblique line, keep the steering wheel straight, and brake hard in a straight line instead of moving the steering wheel left and right, because you are abusing it and it starts to lose balance. Because when it starts to lose balance like that, and you have to work with the steering wheel, the ABS also starts to engaging in various wheels, left and right, front and rear, and your braking distance becomes longer. Becoming
exactly.
longer differently every time you arrive there, lap after lap. It makes your position and your turning position not being consistent, so you don't know exactly what to do to turn in. So exit the very fast turn and go diagonally towards the outside of the left, but brake straight.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. By the way, T1 here, I can't remember the name, was already a lot better if I just take a slightly tighter line in. Ooh, that was just too late.
Because he did again the same mistake, because in the meantime you were talking to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about, but it's good to make you take notice that because you're doing something new, your brain tried to do the automatic system because you were talking, you know?
Yeah. I have to say, the car does not... Well, it feels more stable without too much of a rotational penalty.
Well, we can always find a compromise. I mean, as I see it right now, we could try one more click at the rear, right height, higher,
Okay.
see what happens.
Whoa, I fucked it up again. Sorry,
Oh, well,
shouldn't say these words.
no, you can. I don't care about that. We're not here to gain money from the ads, you know, of YouTube.
Okay, but anyway,
Fuck them.
and at this time, probably there are no children watching anymore,
Yeah,
so...
absolutely. And besides, you know, sim racing, you don't have 5 years olds.
No, that's
You
true.
have teenagers at least, so it's okay. Knowing from experience from my child, I might tell him, you know, don't use bad words, and as soon as he is with his friends, you're gonna use them all. So
Yeah, of course.
it's more important to make them, how to say, understand that it makes sense to use them where it's really needed. Excitement, angry, or you know, something went really wrong, so that it makes sense to use them, and they have some importance. Instead of, oh, you should never use them, and then they use them even for the
All the time, yeah.
all the time for the stupid things.
Okay, let's try again. I'm gonna shut up and concentrate. Ooh, that's way too late. I can't find the braking point at that one. So you wanna try something different, like the extra click on the right height at the rear?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Larry.
One extra click. Oh,
Yeah,
that changes
I
a bit
think-
of the aero balance.
How much right height are you using at the rear?
79 now.
80. Okay, yeah.
I'm going to 80. Yeah, let's do it.
Ah, you had 78.
I had 78. Yeah.
Okay, let's try with 79.
Okay, 79. Let's go.
Hey, Matthias. Bye.
again, I'm instantly on the throttle to stabilize.
Yeah, but habits are difficult to...
Yeah.
Sometimes it's also needed, so it's not always bad.
No, but I should do it reactively. When I feel the car is unstable, I should go on the throttle to stabilize. But right now, I'm just doing it as an automated response for coming off the brakes is instantly going a bit on the accelerator.
Don't go fast to the left. Stay in the middle and go diagonally. That's it. Brake. That's it. You see? Much easier.
Yes, that rotates. Wow, here I'm even too much on the inside.
Yeah. That's a tricky corner to take perfect.
Where do you suggest I base like a braking point or like some pickup point?
Oh my god, I have no
for
idea.
the second hairpin. Yeah, I think it's...
I'll have to go in and try it again because obviously, depending on the visual, every car is different. And I don't remember on the Porsche. I remember that I was trying to brake when the sausage on the left starts, but then it was usually too late.
Yeah. Let's see, another fast one. Definitely better. I could have been on the accelerator sooner. What exactly did you mean by staying on the outside there?
You are going into the turn a little bit too soon.
You mean the
here,
the
maybe doing more wide line and go in later. See, you are already in the middle of the turn when you start to turn in the middle of the road when you start to turn in. I'm not so sure it works because I saw that you were pretty fast over there, but
yeah. The reason why is actually because there's like the bumps on the outside of the track, and I kind of get caught out by them often. But again, that's possibly also due to me being overconscious of the car going away.
Yeah. Ah, you overdid it again.
Ah, sorry. But again, it does rotate nicely.
Okay, let's try a more concentrated lap and see if we can improve. We'll try to give you small hints of guidance when you're on the straight lines. Take it easy on the second part here.
Too soon on the brakes there. Second one was better.
You gained like 1.5 tenths of a second on the first hairpin, then you lost it again on the exit of the second hairpin.
Ah, really? The second one felt better, but
Yeah. Let's try something. So, please stop. Because I want to try something. So, in the setup, how much steering ratio you have?
let's see. 15.
15. Go up to 16.
16.
Yeah.
And
Might
drive?
need even more, but actually, no, it's okay. 16 should be enough. This is a test. I just want to see how you're going to drive, and then we will discuss about it. Look at the delta.
I'm a compulsive delta looker though. I should just turn it off.
It was so evident that you watched the delta, it was almost zero, and you tried to push the braking point on the penultimate. What are your tire pressures whenever you have time?
Front is 0.6, 0.7. Oh, I didn't press the pedal right. And rear is 28 left and 0.9 at the rear, at the right.
Yeah.
The left one has been hot the whole time. I haven't changed it to have a fixed.
Yeah, it shows. So, what we did here, your steering wheel inputs are a little bit too aggressive.
Okay.
And that in turn makes the car move around a little bit too much for its own good. And that in turn raises the pressure, the temperature and the pressure on the tires.
Okay.
All that stuff makes you lose precision and tenths of a second here and there, here and there, here and there.
Yeah.
So what we did is, because obviously tell you that, oh, you need to, be more smooth to the steering wheel, it means practically nothing to you. And most importantly, how much, by how much and how, and even if you understand how much, it's not something that you will be able to achieve in just 2 laps, So what we did is, we did the next possible thing, easy thing to do. We raised the steering ratio. Raising the steering ratio means that for the same amount of steering inputs that you give, which you have as, muscle memory, and they are automatic, so every time you approach a turn, you're gonna turn the steering wheel by the same amount. The wheels are turning less than before. That might give you some problems when the car goes out of control, because obviously the corrections you're gonna do might not be enough, okay? But if the car doesn't go out of control, it will make your steering inputs smoother.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, through the whole last lap, the car was moving less.
True.
So by moving the car less, you could concentrate better on the line and on the pedals. And it showed on the Delta as well. You were close to doing your best lap time, and you were faster almost everywhere.
While not pushing.
Yeah. So that is an indication that you need to work a little bit on the initial inputs, steering inputs that you give to the car, because you make the car work too hard on the tires to keep in pace with you. So, especially so because you have a car with a very short wheelbase, and it's it will react, let's say, in a more nervous way when your steering inputs, it's not that they are too fast, they are too big, they are too aggressive, let's say, So the initial steering inputs are very fast and also very hard as well.
Yeah.
As I said, raising the steering ratio helps with that. I will definitely go 2 clicks down on the rear left as well.
Yeah.
And see what happens.
Okay. So I'm going rear left, 2 clicks down.
Yeah.
That's it for setup wise, I guess.
Yes, for now, yes, you can try like this and see what happens.
Yeah. And I'll try to be, how should I say, more calmer in the
first initial input,
yeah.
Yes, the first initial input, not by much, because if you get too calm, then you will lose the apex. Okay, but just not as violent. Yeah, you see how the car now, even with cold tires, actually follows the line.
Yeah, indeed, I'm less aggressive on the steering wheel, but still the car dives more aggressively in the corner, it seems.
Yeah. It's like that your steering wheels are made for single-seater, which are very light cars and can deal with, faster inputs. Those are heavy cars, and they do need a little bit more finesse, a little bit more gentleness in how you convince them to change direction.
Yeah. You gotta ask it to change direction.
Yes. You see that you went to the brake there. You didn't need to go to the brake again.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That felt like way too fast. Maybe it wasn't.
It felt like way too fast, but it wasn't.
Okay. Oh yeah, the car turns.
Turns a lot.
Yeah.
You are going a little bit too hot on the last turn.
Okay.
And you are practically to the right before the last turn, and that makes your turn mid turn speed a little bit too low. You have to wait.
Okay. And then you mean the left-hander, the last left-hander?
On the left-hander, you are exiting a little bit too wide, so more in the middle.
Ah, yeah.
And then you don't have enough space to make the right-hander.
Yeah.
And remember, after the right-hander, you have the long straight, so the exit speed is very important.
Mm-hmm.
You need to sacrifice a little bit the second turn of the SS.
Turning too much now.
No, actually the opposite. You had to go into the accelerator to control the line again on the last hairpin. So try this as well. If you really have to go into the accelerator to control the line, okay, don't go hard on it. Go into the accelerator like 10% and stay there.
Okay.
Don't go up and down, up and down. Go 10%, stay there, and then go full down. You don't want the front end to rise up too much. Okay, remember, sacrifice the left-hander a little bit.
That's my fault, but yeah.
But
my fault, but I can feel what you mean.
But
it
look
will
at
be
that.
better.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. The delta is going down. You were 0.09 and now 0.03. And you've mistaken the entry. But the exit was much faster.
Just a bit overcooked, but
yeah.
The car feels quite well balanced at this point. It feels easy to not crash it. Let me say that.
Yeah. Okay, watch out here. Release the game, the car, let it go. Go, 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 go. That's it. Go, 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 go. Okay, we went too far.
Yeah, but I could feel I could go faster there.
Yes. I tried to, make you go faster anticipate, but you have so fast reflexes that you actually went instantly at full throttle, and I was like, oops.
Yeah, I was kind of also anticipating it, so...
Yeah. But you need to try, because now I believe you understood a little bit better what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of a sudden, the corners feel much more natural. The car rolls into them. Whoops, that's not good.
Go, it's good,
enough.
it's good. Remember, sacrifice the left-hander, fast exit.
Not as good as the last one, but still okay.
That was strange. Sometimes, yeah, you just stay there and
this was
scratch,
just a bit too careful.
your head, and you're like, why?
I'm not there yet for these two.
So, when you're releasing the brakes, do not turn to the turn as much. You need to turn a little bit towards the turn because you are going to have extra lateral grip, but you overdid it and you provoke understeer.
Yeah. I'm also still kind of getting used to having a slight bit more understeer.
Yeah.
Because even the setup I had before was already one of the more understeery kinds of setups I usually use, so...
Jesus.
I overcooked it. Yeah, overcooked this one as well. I find it hard to find the exact moment to go right to not end up in the grass.
Yeah.
At either side. Possibly I'm also getting tired.
Yes.
You must be tired as hell.
No, I mean, yes, I am, but it's always a pleasure to see. I mean, I can see now the potential to go to 58.
Yeah, I can also feel it. It feels like I am not much slower than I was. While still...
You see, less turn,
Yeah.
more rotation. You see how much rotation there is with less turning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here I'm still too soon on the accelerator, I think.
And you need to wind off the steering wheel when you go on the accelerator. If you turn more, because the front end raises from the accelerator, the peak of the slip angle becomes even narrower. So if you keep on turning, you are going over the peak very aggressively. So remember, the more load you put into a tire, the more slip angle you can also put to a tire. The less load you put to a tire, the less slip angle you can put to a tire and stay on the peak. So the peak moves dynamically depending on how much load you are putting on the tire. So when you are braking or you have a lot of downforce, you can turn more and the tire will follow you. When you are accelerating and you have less downforce, you have to turn less if you want to stay on the peak, because if you turn more, you are going over the peak and you are losing grip.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm going too soon here.
Yes, you are.
Keep making the same mistake. That's frustrating.
If you do it properly, then you need to bring more speed and brakes later. But then if you don't do it properly and you have brakes later, you're gonna understeer and you're gonna lose time. So it's very tricky, that corner over there. There is also no visibility of what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Smooth.
Yeah, loved it.
Good.
Ah, felt good.
Good. Don't look at the delta. Smooth
Gonna try.
initial inputs. Smooth initial inputs.
Look at that car rotate. Whoops. And on the first one of that chicane, it rotated so well.
Focus now, focus. Gain 1/10 of a second the first, and then you went way too straight and slow for the second, and you lost 1/10 again. I don't think it pays too much to go as wide as possible for the entry of the second hairpin.
Okay.
Try staying in the middle of the road, kinda. See if you can improve.
Just too far. No, I'm doing it again. I was on the accelerator again.
Yeah.
That felt a little bit better.
A little bit better, a little bit too much steering.
Yeah.
Don't watch the delta now, just do everything properly. Don't watch the delta, I told you.
I wasn't watching it. So I was just, I'm struggling to get out of that last corner.
Try what we said before. Stay 10% on the accelerator and be very smooth with the accelerator as you're giving more. Because if you go too aggressive on the accelerator, you raise the front end way too much and you are losing grip on the front.
Okay.
Hey, Windle. Thank you, buddy.
I'm kind of forgetting how to trail brake.
Whee! Your rear tire said that's enough.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Honestly, I think if you practice a couple more days, with clear mind and everything, and stick to the things that we're doing here, it's the 58 on those conditions is more than possible for you.
Yeah. Honestly, I've already learned a lot.
That's good.
I think I have a lot of work in changing a few things about my driving style. And well, I'm sure I can believe you. It feels like it's possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is possible. You have excellent control of the car. You have extremely fast reflexes and everything. So it's more of a matter of convincing yourself that you can be faster by reacting slower on some points of your driving. So especially at the initial turning, initial asking of the car to change direction. I also think that obviously Silverstone is a very complicated track, but maybe you are driving way too oversteery setups, probably because if you told me that this is one of the most understeery setups, then I can only imagine what happens with the other ones. So
Yeah, they're usually extremely oversteering.
yeah, and if they are so oversteery, it means that you need to go into the accelerator very fast in order to stabilize the car, which is the problem that we saw that makes you slower in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there is certainly there is potential to go faster, much faster as well. I don't think you're gonna have big problems if you focus on those things that we said. By the middle of next week, you're already gonna be 58 highs.
Oh, awesome. That would be
So.
great.
I think so, yeah.
That would be great. And I think I actually learned something that I can take with me for every car and every track, probably.
Well, here's one thing I can tell you. With cars that have longer wheelbase, your driving style might be easier for the car because they are not so, agile. So they tend to react slower. So even if you force them, they will not over-rotate. They will not lose time moving around. Porsche definitely needs to be a little bit smoother in the turn-in because otherwise the car is very agile and it will over-rotate. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, great.
Okay.
Big thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your
You're
time.
very welcome, and thank you so much for participating. It's for me actually. I'm telling you this now that you are listening to me and we're together. It's been so interesting to watch tonight fast drivers with different driving styles. I think also for the people it was very evident how each one of you were using different techniques to make the car rotate, to go faster, and so on, so on. So it was really nice, really nice.
Yeah, I loved it as well. I think everybody loved it. And I want to especially thank you again to, you and Kunos, of course, to make this and to give us such a great platform to drive on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much. I'll make sure that the rest of the team knows as well your kind words.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm going to let you go to sleep.
Thank you.
And I'm going to do the
Also,
same.
as well, I guess. But
I guess we both have to work tomorrow.
Let us know by all means how it's going in the Discord channel or in the comments. I'm really curious to see how fast you can go.
I will absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you so much, Turbo. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Ooh, all right, guys. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Yeah. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it was another interesting stream. It was for me, so I hope you also guys have found out some interesting stuff from tonight's live stream and sim racers. I think we helped pretty much all of them to be a little bit faster or understand something. So hopefully the Be a Better Simracer stands for tonight. And yeah, we'll meet again on Sunday in the afternoon. I believe we're gonna start somewhere around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that, and make even a little bit longer live stream and do even more sim races and help them become a better sim racer for 2023 this year. So thanks again. See you next time. Good night. Yes, on Sunday as well. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what we said to people. Yeah, I know, but Sunday, longer. What? Well, fuck you too.